This regular meeting of the Board of Education for May 28, 2019 is called to order. Welcome to everyone present and to our television viewers. For tonight's meeting, any item that will be voted on this evening has been posted. This meeting is being televised live and will be replayed throughout the next 2 weeks. Please check the board website for replay times. This meeting is also being streamed live on our PPS TV Services website. As a reminder, we have our PPS Ombudsman, Judy Martin, attending all regular board meetings. Specifically, Judy will be here to listen to the public comments and, if appropriate, provide additional support to families who need or want it. Judy can be reached at 503-916-3045 or ombudsman@pps.net. We also have interpreters with us this evening, and I'd like to ask them to come forward at this time, introduce themselves in the language into which they'll be interpreting, and inform the audience where they'll be located in the auditorium should someone need their service.
Hola y muy buenas tardes, me llamo Daniel y voy a estar ofreciendo una interpretación en español ubicado en la parte del fondo. Muchas gracias.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Жанна, я переводчик с русского и на русский язык. Если кому-то нужен мой сервис, пожалуйста, обращайтесь. Спасибо.
luqadda Soomaaliya ku hadla ninkii rabo gadaashaas ha imaado waa joogaa
我姓马，做中文翻译。假如你有需要，我可以帮忙你。我姓馬嘅，我做中文翻譯嘅，需要幫忙可以幫你。
Kính chào quý vị. Nếu quý vị cần thông dịch viên người Việt Nam, xin quý vị về phía sau của hội trường sẽ có người thông dịch cho quý vị. Cảm ơn quý vị.
Well, good evening. We are honored to welcome our students who have achieved excellence in academics. So congratulations. Tonight, we will meet our 2019 valedictorians from every high school in the district. The reception program contains a list of all of our valedictorians, and if you do not have a copy, there are some available on the bookcase in the back of the auditorium. High schools will be called up in alphabetical order to stand before the dais and be recognized. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to say a few words before we begin?
I would love to say congratulations to all our valedictorians being recognized this evening. This is really an incredible feat. This really shows how much persistence and dedication that our students have put in. We know that behind them is likely a lot of support from family and friends and others. Thank you for doing your part. We're incredibly honored to be able to, at least in a small way, recognize them here this evening for their accomplishment. We know many incredible, bright things are ahead in their future. We hope to see some of them back here at PPS as educators down the road. But for tonight, we're going to let them have a moment in the spotlight, and doing the honors is our Director of Student Success, Elisa Shore, as well as our Senior Director of Multiple Pathways, Karina Wolf.
Good evening. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Board and Superintendent, for welcoming our valedictorians. We have 163 students here with us today. They will come up by school and introduce themselves, and a representative from each school may respond to the prompt, what in your years at PPS has prepared you for your next step in life? So with that, I'm going to introduce Nathan from Alliance.
Good evening. There were many activities that I did during my time at PPS that helped me prepare for the next chapters of my life. I could talk about the great college prep we did in English class in my years at Lincoln, or the incredibly productive and supportive meetings that I had with the college and career advisors at Alliance at Benson. But if I'm being honest, it wasn't any activity per se, or really even anything academic in nature that I would say helped me the most. Truly what had the biggest impact on who I will be now as an adult post-high school are the special teachers, faculty, and friends that I met along the way. Everyone has those few teachers that they remember fondly for their whole lives. The ones who were especially kind and supportive or offered them a completely new way of looking at the world. I was fortunate enough to have countless of those teachers. I wish I had the time to acknowledge them all individually. And if I got lucky with the wonderful teachers that I had, then I was nothing short of blessed with my counselors. Mr. McGee at Lincoln and Jennifer and Kelly at Alliance were so unbelievably and even relentlessly caring, helpful, and supportive. I truly cannot begin to fathom how different my years in high school would have been if it weren't for these incredible people. And of course, I can't forget my amazing friends, without whom I would most likely not be standing with you people here today. But I want to take a second to highlight just one of them, the only friend that stuck with me from my time at PPS, my friend John, and I'll explain why. I don't really have time to get into how incredibly helpful he's been and how grateful I am to him, but I will say possibly the most incredible thing about John is how he and I met. One day in junior year guitar class, I could faintly make out the chords to a song that I really loved. I did my best to find who was playing it, and that led me to John. I told him I loved the song, and we got to talking, and that was it. That was the start to our now years-long relationship. It's insane to think how much my life changed as a result of me just hearing that song out of the corner of my ear. Had I not, I probably wouldn't have become friends with John, given that I left Lincoln just a couple months later. But that experience really beautifully represents what helped me through high school, those sorts of little things that blossom into a huge positive force in life that becomes so incredible. So if there's one thing for me to take away from my time at PPS that summarizes what I learned there and how it impacted me, it's to always keep a sharp eye and an open mind for that positive force, the same one I ended up finding in my teachers, counselors, and friends, because you never know what unlikely place or person you might find it in. And of course, I couldn't really think or fit it into my speech, but I need to thank my wonderful mom and my second mom, Anik, because without their unwavering support, I don't think I would have finished high school, period, let alone be here today. Thank you so much.
Oh.
Griffin Brandstetter.
We'd love to congratulate you and shake your hand if you could work your way down the row.
Hey, Griffin, good job.
And then we're going to take a group shot by high school group. So we're going to continue with our Benson High School.
And
Benson
By
High
the
School.
time we get to Wilson, we're going to have this down.
Cleta Hodis.
Anders Watala.
Abigail Key.
Sophia Pham.
Shayla Zun, and I wanted to say that high school is what you make out of it. So obviously I'm stating the obvious, but you really have to take these 7 words to heart. They really can change your perspective. Right now, and I think I could speak for behalf of all the valedictorians, they're all taking very vigorous and time-consuming classes, such as like AP courses, and probably fill their classes with like at least the whole schedule. And I think for me, and I think for other people, PPS have prepared us by our CTE classes, and CTE stands for Career Technical Education, and we are so lucky and fortunate to have a program like this at Benson, which helps really nourish us into the career field And besides that, I think our extracurricular activities are the foundation of what shows us discipline and shows us how to really interact with each other and really play as a teammate. So I think these things, and besides so many other things, that's what makes PPS the best.
Next, we have Cleveland High School.
Cleo Whalen. Jasper Whalen.
Coulter Decker.
Georgia Baker.
Elijah Marks.
McGregor Arnold.
Frankie Tresser.
Natalie Markham.
Lyle Altschul.
Nora Burkhartsmeyer.
Miles Takaguchi.
Jennifer Singh. And we also have a total of 42 valedictorians, but not all of them are here. So, how has high school prepared me for my future? It is a question that I've been asked over and over again by colleges, teachers, my family, but it is actually a really good question. How did I figure out what I wanted to do after high school, where I wanted to go to college, and what I wanted to either major or minor in? In my opinion, I believe that high school gave me the opportunity to step out of my comfort zone. I am from Cleveland High School, and Cleveland really encourages students to pursue what they are passionate about. And I've always found teachers who have been willing to help me or my fellow peers out when we have been faced with an idea but do not know where to go from there. On a personal note, I have found my passion in journalism. My freshman year, I signed up for the journalism class elective, and I went on to take the newspaper class, and I reported in news. However, there was always something missing for me. My dream since I was a kid has always been a news anchor, so with that in mind, my senior year, I really took my interest and decided to execute it. With the help of a few friends and some tech equipment, we pitched a pilot of a broadcast we produced to my teacher, and he was ecstatic about it. Cleveland never had anything like this. My friend and I immediately took the idea to our principal and some other staff members, and then instead of questioning how we were going to do it or showing doubt, they encouraged us to keep on working. Staff members even took time out of their days to talk over the idea to make sure it could work for the long run. Cleveland now has the Warrior Update, our weekly news broadcast. It has given me more confidence and recognition within this school, and I do not think I've been so proud of something that I have crafted myself. I will definitely miss teachers coming up in the hall telling me how much they love seeing my work each week. My years at a Portland public school have allowed me to not be afraid of pursuing what I am passionate about. I've never experienced from a teacher words of discouragement and doubt. It is always awe of how hard their students are working. I appreciate the entire staff of my school for being ecstatic about education and the future of their students. And I would like to say a final thank you to all the teachers and staff of Portland Public Schools who have helped to guide me in the direction me and all of my peers were meant to go in.
Next, we'd like to welcome Franklin High School.
All right, I'm Ethan Snyder.
I'm Otis Tucker.
I'm William Hammond.
Alyssa Reed. Sydney George. Iris Farnham.
Megan Denton.
I'm Django Belitis Jacobson Fine.
And I'm Lucinda Drake. All right. Like many of the students here today, I have been at PPS since kindergarten. That's 13 years. 13 years! That equals the lifespan of an entire crocodile. And throughout those years, I've learned and grown and found out what I wanted to contribute to the world, thanks to my parents, my peers, and the schools I've been lucky enough to have in my neighborhood. Right now, however, I want to focus on my K-8 school, Sunnyside Environmental, because that's where I think I learned the most valuable lessons. At Sunnyside, I didn't quite learn to spell. I only mostly learned to read, and the only history I was taught was through intricate storylines where I mostly focused on crafting the best paper doll pilgrim. But throughout this time, I was treated like a person. I was spoken to frankly about matters of climate change and inequity by teachers who were passionate about what they taught and passed that passion on to their students. I learned how to talk to adults, a skill that seems simple but is surprisingly uncommon, even amongst adults. I learned how to express my emotions and funnel my creativity into projects that were meaningful to me. Despite not fully knowing how to use a comma until 10th grade, and even still sometimes feeling a little shaky, I learned the confidence to ask for help when I needed it. Though I didn't know Australia was a continent until high school, when I finally got to Franklin, I had the chance to take accelerated courses. I had the drive and excitement to fill the gaps in my knowledge. So how has PPS prepared me for my next steps? By giving me by giving these qualities that I'm going to take with me forever. By giving me the ground to stand on my own.
Next, we'd like to welcome Grant High School.
I'm Ethan Durstein.
I'm Julie Dubois.
I'm Ben Fox.
I'm Lizzie Hairston. I'm Macy Holt. I'm Maya Lorton. I'm Benam Nguyen.
I'm Wayne Nguyen.
I'm Tanis Nielsen.
I'm Dashel Weedman.
I'm Arden Butterfield. I think about the history of PPS a lot. It's just kind of something I've done since middle school, and it's something that's guided me as I've gone through the schools, and I think will continue to as I go forward. I think about back to the beginning, John Outhouse, about Thomas H. Wright, who really started the first CTE programs in the district. I think about the the teacher who started the string orchestra program at Grant back in the 1960s, who went on to Adams High School to teach rock guitar. I think about Barron, the substitute teacher at our school, who has a 30-foot deep hole in his backyard. Really all of that really has guided me as I play in the string orchestra and play in pit orchestras and go to my classes and think about what I want to do in the future. So PPS has really shaped me in that way.
Next, we'd like to welcome Jefferson High School.
My name is Nico Govea.
My name is Kai Pivarenta.
My name is Mariana Boyer.
Hi, I'm Ari James. I'm Star Coltrane.
I'm Jensen Sears.
My name is Isabel Mace McClatchy.
I'm Molly Kink Crispin.
I'm Stephanie Wynn.
I'm Hannah Dugo, and when I think about what PPS has done for me, for my fellow valedictorians, and for every other student in Portland Public Schools, I mostly just think about all the amazing staff members and teachers who support us along the way and really help us prepare for the next steps after high school, whether it's going into college or any other opportunity that awaits us. I also think about opportunities that I've had outside of school, whether it's sports or mock trial, things like that have really helped me prepare. Thank you for that. And I also think of Senior Inquiry, which enables students to bring their voices forward and advocate for our rights, both at a district level and at a city level. And I think that's going to help us all a lot in our next steps going forward. So thank you.
Next, we welcome Lincoln High School.
My name is Liliana Barnaton.
I'm Kate Halverson.
Claire Hoganson.
Daniel Lewinson.
Quincy Sells.
Tori Siegel.
Marissa Talcott.
Haley Zams.
Maggie Satchwell. Robert Frost once wrote about life with the analogy of two roads. He famously stated that two roads diverged in a wood, and I took the one less traveled by. and that has made all the difference. In The Road Not Taken, Frost insinuates that the path to success requires choice, the choice between Road A and Road B. What PPS has taught me is that Frost got it wrong. Success does not rest on a single choice. PPS has shown me that the network of paths that create success is much more complex than simply two roads. In fact, a better analogy would be the US interstate highway system. Some coast straight down the highway to success, while others get off, sightsee, and make stops along the way. All travelers on the highway are constantly confronted with choices: which exits to take, which lanes to merge in, the speed at which they go, etc. Some travel from different starting points, but there are always intersections along the way. These choices align with the options given to us by PPS: what classes we take, what sports we play, what arts we practice or perform, what clubs we join, and what passions we pursue. We were never forced into a certain activity, but instead had to independently choose each of our travels through the highways of high school. Okay, but instead had to independently choose. Each of our travels through the highways of high school has been unique, and PPS has given us the freedoms and abilities to determine the trajectory of our road trips. Currently, we are gathered at one large intersection in the midst of our voyage. When we hop back on the highway and continue our drive, we will be confronted with arguably more important choices: potentially what we major in, what career we pursue, where we spend the rest of our lives, and with whom. PPS has given us the tools to make these choices for ourselves. We just must continue on. And whether we take the back roads with potholes and gravel or the very traveled by highways with traffic, none of our journeys will be 100% smooth sailing. We just all must remember that we have the immense power to choose where we go in the first place, and that is truly what makes all the difference.
Next, we welcome Madison High School.
My name is Rosie Folgervent.
My name's Ben Folgervent.
My name is Matthew Nguyen.
I'm Julian Davio.
My name is James Vo.
My name is Cameron Galuli. I'm Sammy Fang. Teresa Aguilera.
Taj Ali.
Owen Wogman.
Hi, I'm Megan Graves. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. I'm from Madison High School, and I'm going to attend Gonzaga University next year. Oh. PPS has prepared me for secondary education by giving me the option to take AP courses. By taking AP classes, I was able to not only obtain college credit, but I was able to understand the level of complexity and rigor that accompanied a college-level course. PPS has also helped me prepare by giving me access to extracurricular clubs and groups that specifically focused on college readiness and support. These groups, such as the Madison Group Senator Scholars, gave me access to a teacher who helped me with college essays, applications, and scholarships.
Additionally, attending a diverse school like Madison allowed me to meet and work with people from all over the world, thereby expanding my worldview. And finally, my wonderful friends, family, and teachers have been instrumental in supporting me throughout my high school career and in preparing me for my future. I will always be grateful for and fond of my time at Madison. Thank you for giving me 4 wonderful years of education.
And now we welcome Metropolitan Learning Center.
Hello. Hello. I am Echo Baxter, and I am going to attend Laguna College of Art and Design next year. I am thankful for Metropolitan Learning Center for its diverse curriculum and teaching skills, for it allowed me to grow and thrive other than feel ashamed of the differences that my peers and I have. In the last 4 years, I have been able to excel and flourish in ways I was never able to in the past, and I'd like to say thank you to the friends, family, and incredible staff that helped me along the way. Thank you.
And now we welcome Roosevelt High School.
Hello, my name is Ken Cha.
My name is Dayton Gerdner.
I'm Damaris Macris.
I'm Caden Cantrell.
And my name is Emily Drexler. Going to Roosevelt has changed me in a way that I have never expected to happen. Before Roosevelt, I had really never experienced diversity, and then here I am, attending the most diverse high school in Oregon. My very first day of English class, we were discussing gentrification and what it means to different students. Little did I know, this was only the tip of the iceberg. Over my years at Roosevelt, I've become very aware of my white privilege and how to be an ally. I became aware of the space that I take up and how to share my platform with those who do not have one. Along with this, I have also done a lot of work to advocate for sexual assault victims and how to best support them. Entering Roosevelt, I expected to have a math and science career. Leaving Roosevelt, I know that whatever I do, I want to have a positive impact on others, and I want it to support my community. One of the most impactful experiences I have had in high school was playing softball. Sophomore year, my coach, Kelsey Porter, told me about an opportunity to coach baseball to underrepresented kids in North Portland. The very first day, I immediately connected with the kids. At the end of the week, there was a visible difference in how the kids grew as people. They learned how to work as a team, be mindful of others, and support one another. Working with them was so rewarding in a way that I have never experienced before. It was then that I told myself, you know what, I don't really know what I want to do with my life, but I want to be fulfilled in the same way that I was when I was working with the kids at this camp. When it came time to think about college, I had a very specific list, but the most important thing to me was being able to get out into the community and study a wide range of topics to find a job I'm truly passionate about. In November of this year, I chose Macalester, a small liberal arts in St. Paul, Minnesota, where I also get to play volleyball. Yes, of course, I chose Macalester for the academics, community, diversity, positive climate, and so on. Yet these are all ticket price items. I really chose Mac because when I was on campus, I felt like I belonged, and I knew I could thrive as I entered the next stage of my life. Because of the experiences I've had at Roosevelt, I learned how to fit into my community and that I want to live my life by helping others, and I know that Mac will assist me wonderfully as I navigate my way into being an adult.
And finally tonight, we welcome Wilson High School.
Hello, my name is Ella Lurix.
I'm Francesca Iruli.
I'm Andrew Harker.
I'm Sierra Loisel.
I'm Emily Eddy.
I'm Eli Malloy.
Hi, I'm Ryan Bernstein.
I'm Anthony Passantini.
Good evening, PPS staff, friends, and family. My name is Gabriel Colasordo, and I'm from Wilson High School, and next year I will be attending Clark Honors College at the University of Oregon to study neuroscience and psychology. However, like many students my age, I have no idea of the career I will go into or what the future holds. If AI doesn't take all the jobs and climate change doesn't kill us all, then maybe I'll figure it out, but it's clear that our world is full of complex issues that require complex solutions. For this reason, I believe that the most important way in which my experience at Portland Public Schools has prepared me for the world ahead is by instilling the ability and skills to think critically and creatively in collaboration with others to solve problems. When we as a community continue to treat creativity as a form of intelligence and prioritize a well-rounded education, our students will be well-equipped for their life paths ahead. When I look back at my 12 years in Portland Public Schools, I will remember the supportiveness and dedication of so many teachers, staff members, and students, as well as the relationships I've had with these people. When I look back at my 12 years in Portland Public Schools, I will remember these teachers and staff who have helped my peers and I become better leaders, thinkers, and problem solvers with the ability to imagine a better world and the tools to go out and create it. For this, I would like to thank all of the amazing teachers I have had, my academic counselor, and most importantly, my family for helping me to get to where I am now and beyond. Thank you and congratulations to this year's Portland Public Schools valedictorians and graduates. Thank you.
We're going to take a 2-3 minute break while people make their way out. Okay, we're going to reconvene. And before we move on to public comment, I want to ask my colleagues if anybody wants to pull out an item from the business agenda. No? Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to student and public comment. Before we begin the public comment period, I'd like to review our guidelines for public comment. The board thanks the community for taking the time to attend this meeting and provide your comments to the board. We value public input as it informs our work, and we look forward to hearing your thoughts, reflections, and concerns. Our responsibility as a board is to actively listen with electronic devices turned off and not being distracted by papers. Board members and the superintendent will not respond to comments or questions during public comment, but our board office will follow up on board-related issues raised during public testimony if requested. Guidelines for public input emphasize respect and consideration of others. Complaints about individual employees should be directed to the superintendent's office as a personnel matter. If you have additional materials or items you'd like to provide to the board or superintendent, we ask that you give them to Ms. Powell to distribute to us. Presenters will have a total of 3 minutes to share your comments. Ms. Powell, do we have any speakers?
We have. First, we have Lily Olson and Tyson Nguyen.
Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. I wanted to say thank you to the board for providing some of our students from Bridger K-8 with the opportunity to do student testimony. Today, they will be presenting their final papers from our argumentative essay unit from the Units of Study Lucy Calkins curriculum. She has recommended that we take a stand on an issue, and our issue is plastic in our cafeterias. So with our students, we've been studying in science and social studies, something that my teaching partner, Lori Schonkweiler, and I have felt is very important for this group of students, but also for this board to be able to learn about from them, that our planet is in crisis and plastic pollution is a grave problem. We've been doing our part by starting EcoBricks, collecting the plastic that has come from our cafeteria, and also that we've found around our water garden and our playgrounds. We've also been making beeswax wraps as an alternative because we know that it's important if we're going to teach these students about a crisis like climate change and plastic pollution, we need to provide them with actionable alternatives. This is something that we used to fund a field study that was supported by our principal, and it's something that we used to go and do a beach cleanup at South Beach State Park. And so with that, I'll turn it over to our 5th grade activists from Bridger K-8.
Okay, before you start, let me just go over the guidelines for public comment. You'll have a total of 3 minutes to share your comments. Please begin by stating your name and spelling your last name for the record. During the first 2 minutes of your testimony, a green light will appear. When you have 1 minute remaining, a yellow light will come on. And when your time is up, the red light will come on and a buzzer will sound. We respectfully ask that you conclude your comments at that time. Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lily Olson, O-L-S-E-N. I'm in Ms. Schonkweiler's 5th grade class and go to Bridger School. All year, Ms. Schonkweiler has been teaching us about the effects that plastic has on our ecosystems. We have worked hard on becoming a zero-waste classroom. We have started a business selling beeswax wraps, a zero-waste reusable alternative to plastic wraps. We raised $5,000 and attempted to go zero waste on our field study to South Beach State Park. We've met with Tobias Reed, the Oregon State Treasurer, and discussed the devastating effects that plastic has on our ecosystems. Our class has created awareness about climate change, and we are also Surfrider members. I am speaking to you because I believe the school districts should minimize the use of single-use plastic in the cafeterias, such as single-use plastic straws, utensils, and wrappers. I believe this because plastic is unhealthy for our bodies and the environment. One reason PPS should not serve single-use plastic in the cafeteria is because it's unhealthy for our bodies. Many people think that plastic is harmless, but boy, are they wrong. Plastic has harmful chemicals in it, all of which can harm the brain, heart, kidneys, lungs, and the immune system. In addition, the food that students are served for breakfast comes wrapped in plastic. When students eat the breakfast, they're also consuming the harmful chemicals and microplastics. This can lead to cancer and mental illness. Another reason PPS shouldn't serve food in single-use plastic is because it is unhealthy for the environment. According to EcoWatch, 80% of the plastic in the ocean comes from land-based sources. Moreover, dead whales with tons of plastic in their stomachs are washing up on the shores of beaches. Also, at least 10,000 species go extinct each year because of plastic. When plastic is being made, fossil fuels and other chemical emissions are released into the air, which is contributing to climate change. The United States alone is responsible for 15% of the greenhouse gases and emissions. By serving single-use plastic, you're contributing to this problem. Furthermore, according to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, we only have 12 years to stop climate change or it will be irreversible. In 12 years, I will be 22 years old. This is a very alarming reality to me. Due to past generations' unwillingness to address this problem, my generation is faced with the knowledge that we need to come up with a solution. This is why we're asking you to do your part and make a difference. By getting rid of plastic in PPS, you would not only be making a difference that will help 49,000 kids in 81 schools, but you will also be making a positive impact on our environment. What can you, the PPS school board, do to minimize the use of single-use plastic? Well, I'm so glad you asked. A few ways to minimize single-use plastic in our schools are: 1, replacing plastic utensils with silverware. 2, replacing plastic aprons and single-use plastic gloves with cloth aprons and washable rubber gloves. 3, eliminating juice box with straws. 4, serving fresh fruit and milk for breakfast. In conclusion, I believe that Portland Public Schools should reduce the use of single-use plastic now. We cannot wait. Plastic has proven to be unhealthy for our bodies and the environment. I have one more question for you. Are you going to continue to be part of the problem, or are you going to be part of the solution? Thank you.
Thank you.
Dear school board members, my name is Tyson Nguyen, Nguyen, and I'm a member of Surfrider. Our class had created a business by selling beeswax wraps as an alternative to plastic. We had raised more than $5,000 and used the money we earned to go on our Oregon Coast field study. During our field study, our class had been educating ourselves about the devastating effects of plastic on our ocean ecosystems. Tobias Reed, the state treasurer of Oregon, came to our classroom to discuss about the plastic dilemma and how it negatively affects our community. Thus, I'm here to address to you about the plastic issue in our cafeteria. I believe that the school district should stop using single-use plastic because it is damaging to our bodies, it is polluting the environment, and it is contributing to global warming. To begin with, the school district should stop using single-use plastic because it is damaging to our bodies. According to Viewpoint Bag Ban, for the safety of our children, it stated that plastic contains lead, mercury, and even cadmium. Not only these substances can provoke health issues like heart disease, but it can also damage your brain that can affect behavior and intelligence. If any of you had a child, would you want your child to be exposed to the dangerous chemicals that can affect their learning abilities? Furthermore, the breakfasts the cafeteria serves us is heated up in plastic. When plastic gets heated up, it releases chemicals like BPA and phthalates that can be absorbed into food that children eat. It is often thought that plastic is handy to use in our environment, but it really isn't. Many of the plastics in our cafeteria can find their way into the water we drink, ocean, and our land. Sea creatures like sea turtles can mistake them as food. As a result, this can lead to starvation. National Geographic stated that plastic reduces the appetites and growth rates of fish that consume it. That can affect reproduction and ultimately population size. This makes me think that if we don't take action, many animals can become endangered, even extinct. The final reason why the school district should stop using single-use plastic is because it is contributing to global warming. During the process of making plastic, greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere. This makes heat get trapped in the air, which causes climate change. According to Nizela, climate change can lead to many natural disasters like wildfires and hurricanes. There are many alternatives to the plastic wrappers and juice straws. An example of this is that the school district can provide for us fresh fruits and veggies that can be packaged into cardboard and wax paper. Additionally, an alternative for plastic juice straws is using paper straws, drinking milk and water, or even encourage students to bring their own utensils. To sum up, the school district should stop using single-use plastic because it is damaging to our bodies, it is polluting the environment, and it is contributing to global warming. I want you to act like it's a crisis because our house is on fire. I want you to panic. We only have less than 12 years to fix our mistakes, according to Greta Thunberg. As I say this, I'm realizing that if we don't stop consuming plastic, the plastic issue in our district can worsen. We are depending on you members to stop the use of plastic in our district. Our future is in your hands to make good decisions for us. Are you guys willing to help us stop the single-use plastic in our cafeteria? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Ang and Brianna Bautista Marquez.
Hi, my name is Jarissa Angang, A-N-G. I'm 11 years old and a member of Surfrider. Something my class has done is we sold beeswax wraps and raised over $5,000. Our principal has also allocated some silverware for our school cafeteria. With the money we have earned, our class went on a field study to the Oregon coast to study the effects of microplastics, In addition, we had a visit from Oregon State Treasurer Tobias Reed. He listened to our concerns about the use of plastic. Therefore, I'm here to address the problem about the single-use plastic in our cafeteria. I'm asking you to stop using single-use plastic in our cafeteria because it affects our bodies, the environment, and it's contributing to climate change. I believe the school district should stop using single-use plastic because it affects our bodies. Scientists say that when plastic heats up, it releases microplastics. Newport article, Bag Ban for the Safety of Our Children, says that each of us is accumulating about 30 pieces of plastic a day, 11,000 pieces of it a year. This makes me realize that each child born now is accumulating 11,000 pieces of plastic per year, starting at birth. My second reason is that it contributes to climate change, because during the process of making plastic, greenhouse gases like carbon dioxide is released into the atmosphere. This traps heat into the air, which causes climate change, says Nuzella. An example of this is last year there was a wildfire, schools were closed, people died, and homes were lost. My final reason is that it's bad for the environment. We use more than 380 billion plastic bags and wraps each year, and with the breakfast wrappers we have in our cafeteria, we are just contributing to the big mess that we have in our ocean. In addition, Scholastic News, How Much Plastic Did You Use Today?, says that there's enough plastic in our ocean to wrap around the earth more than 400 times. That's a lot of plastic if you ask me. Instead of using the individual breakfast wrappers, maybe you could consider using bulk, or probably buying big packs from Costco. Finally, the question is, are you willing to stop using single-use plastic in our cafeteria? Thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you.
Hola, mi nombre es Brianna Bautista Márquez, Bautista Marquez. Queridos board members, esto es una crisis. Tenemos que parar de usar plástico en nuestras cafeterías. Según advancedsciencemag.org, dice, si juntas todo el plástico en nuestros océanos, cubriría toda Argentina. Una razón que quiero parar de usar plástico es que podemos ahorrar dinero. La otra razón es que es muy mal para nuestra salud. Mi primera razón es que podemos ahorrar mucho dinero. Podemos ahorrar 23,000, más de 3 años, cuando usamos cubiertos de metal. También prevenimos 6,716 libras de basura que vaya al basurero, dice Minnesota Pollution Control Agency. Eso es bueno porque podemos usar el dinero para más paseos y equipo para el gimnasio. Mi última razón es que es muy mal para nuestra salud. Me pregunto, si respiramos los microplásticos que están en el aire, ¿hace daño a nuestros pulmones? También, según globalcitizen.org, cada vez que comes tu comida, consumes cerca de 100 pedazos de microplásticos y cada año consumes cerca de 70,000 pedazos de microplásticos. En conclusión, plástico daña a nuestra salud y podemos ahorrar mucho dinero si paramos de usar plásticos. Me pregunto, ¿cómo será el mundo cuando crezca? ¿Qué vamos a hacer con todo el plástico que hemos acumulado? Mi última pregunta es ¿qué van a hacer ustedes para ayudarnos a parar esta crisis de plástico?
Thank you.
Next, we have Adara Ramirez.
Hi, my name is Adara Ramirez Hall. Ramirez space Hall. Hoy en la escuela de Bridger usamos 1000 pedazos de plástico en el desayuno y almuerzo. 1000 pedazos de plástico va al basurero. 1000 pedazos de plástico empiezan a lixiviar microplástico dentro de nuestra tierra y agua. La polución de plástico afecta al océano y si cambiamos de plástico nos dejarán ahorrar. Por eso proponemos que saquemos el plástico de la cafetería. Una razón que queremos sacar plástico de la cafetería es que podemos ahorrar. Si compramos cubiertos de metal, estaríamos ahorrando. Después de hablar con nuestra secretaria, quien pidió cubiertos de metal para nuestra escuela, dijo que invertimos $150 este año en cubiertos de metal. Sacamos la cuenta y el año pasado gastamos $116 en cucharas de plástico y $186 para tenedores de plástico. El total fue más que $300. Los de metal son reutilizables. Esto quiere decir que lo puedes usar más que una sola vez y duran más tiempo que los de plástico. Otra razón que queremos sacar el plástico de la cafetería es que destruye el medio ambiente. Scholastic News reporta que los océanos tienen mucho plástico. Como vimos en la costa de Oregon cuando visitamos para un estudio de campo, vi a 2 medusas muertas mientras limpiábamos la playa. Me hizo pensar si murieron de consumir plástico. También los cangrejos usan botellas de plástico como conchas. ¿Se preguntan dónde va el plástico? El CNN Report escribe que reciclamos el 9%, quemamos el 12% y el 66% va al basurero. Tarda más que 1450 años para biodegradarse. En conclusión, estoy en 5º grado y en 15 años tal vez no pueda nadar en los océanos porque va a haber tanto plástico dentro. No solo nos afecta a nosotros, sino también a sus hijos. También. Recuerden, estos 1000 pedazos de plástico va al océano. Es su turno para ayudar a los océanos y el medio ambiente. Ya estamos haciendo nuestra parte. Gracias por escuchar.
So, do you have more? Are there more students? So I'm going to take your testimony and give it to our Director of Nutrition Services and also our Sustainability Coordinator for the district and ask them what their thoughts are on steps that the district could take in response to your concerns. And when we hear back, we will let you guys know through your teachers. Okay, thank you for coming. Awesome job, you guys.
Yeah, that was wonderful testimony. Thank you. As I'm sitting here eating my dinner with, you guessed it, what we have in this building, a plastic fork, and yeah. So I think, Director Constam, I think that's a great idea, and I think this is a real opportunity to engage students with district leadership in developing a sustainability plan and kicking it off and getting it going and getting the plastic out. And we're taking a lot of steps in our new buildings to make them more sustainable in terms of energy and water use and so on. And there's more opportunities here. So thank you for bringing this to our attention.
We did notice that just serving the punch, there was no container to recycle all those cups.
Yeah.
So just even when you have an activity like this, there's a lot of cups going in the trash.
Yeah.
How do these work? How do those work?
One of the students come up and share how they work?
While you're doing that, thank you so much to our students, especialmente los que vinieron a compartir en español. Gracias por discutir este tema importante.
So as the students are speaking,
It'll just stick.
Okay.
Sort of sticks to itself.
do you clean it up after, like with soapy water? Oh. Okay.
That makes sense.
And then you just let it dry out and you use it again?
Thank you. Really great research.
So, you guys, that's how you guys made $5,000? Because those are kind of messy. But go ahead, because I'm going to take your picture while you're here. Thank you. $45? You're like the top seller? Awesome. Nice job. A little piece of plastic.
I wondered what they were. Thank you. And I realized that they were broken down all the snaps and others.
Oh, wow. Oops. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the explanation.
So as students are making their way.
Awesome, thank you.
So I'm Jonathan Garcia. I'm the Chief Engagement Officer for the district. And I just want to address the students really quick. So over the last few weeks, we've received a number of comments and suggestions from students around anything around climate justice, environmental sustainability, and now what you brought to the table. And so what we're trying to do is coordinate all these efforts, because I think there's a lot of correlation, a lot of similarities in the conversations that are being had. So I want to invite you all to a meeting on Thursday, and I'll look for you separately, but we're gathering a bunch of high school students who have similar topics, and I would love to have you be part of that conversation. So and help us develop a plan accordingly that is student led and student focused. So I'll see you back there, and we can talk more. Cool.
Maxine, I saw you nodding your head over there, so this is also something that looks like you have an interest in putting on the agenda of the high school district student council.
Yeah, so I went to Sunnyside Environmental School for my K-8 experience, so I connect with what a lot of these kids are saying in their concerns for climate change. I went through so many years of climate curriculum, and I don't know why it's doing that. So I want to be a part of what you all are saying and bringing that student voice more. We hear a lot of student voice around what's going on in our schools concerning curriculum and concerning student rights, but bringing more of that climate concern is something that I really want to focus on, and I think that all of you leading this charge is so amazing, and I'm so excited to hear more from you all, and hopefully lots more students too. So yeah. Okay, I'm done.
Do we have any further public comment?
Yes, we do. We have Juliette Mendez and Chloe Fulmer.
Is this on? All right, thank you. We are students from Roosevelt High School, and we're here to share today a piece in regards to gentrification in the Roosevelt community and how it's affecting many students and driving them away from Roosevelt in general. As Roosevelt students living in the ever gentrifying Portland, we want to address the displacement of our RHS peers. As gentrification continues, rent and mortgage prices go up. which leads to low-income families and communities of color being pushed out of their homes. When our students' families can no longer afford to live in the homes they have resided and grown in for years, they need to move to different neighborhoods. They tend to move from North Portland to South or Southeast Portland. If a student wants to continue their education at Roosevelt despite the commute, then they should, right? But there's a barrier to those students. If they update their address and are no longer in the school neighborhood boundary or zip code, then they are pressured to transfer to another school. This will ultimately set them up for catastrophic fallouts. Students will be thrown into an unknown environment belonging to another school. There are many repercussions to being thrown into an unknown center of learning. Many times, this causes transfer students to start fearing certain outcomes, such as new friends or even basic acceptance into the school community. This is why there are many students that don't use their real addresses. They fear being kicked out of a school they feel is a second home to them. When students feel the need to hide their real addresses, then there's a problem. As we have come to learn in our senior inquiry class, oppression adapts and changes over time. If our students need to use different addresses in order to stay at Roosevelt, then are we hiding that oppression our students of color face? If students were to put their updated addresses, then we would notice a shortage of students. But as we hide, we are also perpetuating the invisibility of the oppression our minoritized students face. Each student is different. We all have different skills, values, cultures that influence our learning. We, Roosevelt, are the most diverse high school in Portland, so the need of every student is different. We have to see each other as individuals and understand that we all have necessities, and so offer aid and support respectively. Gentrification blocks the access of students to kindle their unique spark if we allow it to. But with a right to stay policy, we can help prevent the negative effects of gentrification. We have to set up our students for success, not failure. Each student should be able to confidently say, "I will stay," and thus be allowed to follow with that statement.
Can you guys, okay. As mentioned, we need to work with parents, have more trauma-informed counselors, diverse students, and be taught our true history. Many parents, especially those who have immigrated here, who are low income, need more support from schools. We need to strengthen their advocacy skills and make sure that their demands are being met. We need trauma-informed counselors, especially with gentrification going on. As students move into different neighborhoods, they may feel a loss of a tight-knit community if they were very involved in school, in their community, or home. Trauma is real, and we need to be there with students to help them cope. We can't expect students to be immune to gentrification if they are being pushed out of their homes. They may be facing long commutes, less time to sleep, and therefore need more support from counselors. We need diverse teachers that represent the student body. Here at Roosevelt, we have very few teachers of color. Why do we demand diverse teachers? Because as students, we need staff that will understand our cultural values, our reasoning for our actions, and are willing to be our mentors. And each student must feel comfortable at the school they attend so they can be set up for success, not failure, like zero tolerance policies. Here's a quote. We as a community must foster and promote collective vision for public education so that every student, regardless of race, gender, socioeconomic situation, special need, or ability, has access and opportunity to kindle his or her spark and to build the knowledge and skills to achieve their goals. We owe our students this. From Guadalupe Guerrero, Superintendent of Portland Public Schools. And sometimes students don't move that far away either. When I was in second grade, I moved literally 3 minutes away from home and was told to transfer. I could still go to school without difficulty, but had to transfer, which is why I moved from Peninsula Elementary to what used to be known as Portsmouth and now Cesar Chavez. As a 7-year-old, I just saw at it as something minor, but now that I think about it, I realize that gentrification has affected me. This is one of the reasons why we as Roosevelt students want a right to stay policy. Roosevelt students should stay at Roosevelt if they want to, despite an address change. If a student has been long enough in the school and wants to stay, they should. We can't systematically push people out just because they are no longer in the school neighborhood boundary, and we should do a lot more than this, like work with parents, have more trauma-informed counselors, more diverse teachers that represent their student body, teach true history, but if we can at least begin with this right to stay policy, then so be it.
Thank you for having us here.
Thank you.
And Kathy Reynolds.
Hi there, my name is Sarah Slates, and my son is a senior at Alliance at Meek. He's graduating this year. Yay. We believe that the robotics and the automotive classes have been such a big impact on our students. They can leave high school with a career, with the tools that they need to get a job and be positive, productive, upstanding citizens. Our students really deserve all the things that a normal high school has: a gym, a real lunch area, showers, locker rooms. Many of our students are homeless, and a facility with showers and good food would really benefit them. Some of the students have to do PE at the end of the day because there's no showers and they are uncomfortable, so they don't have to be uncomfortable for the rest of the day. Being a parent of small children is very hard, and some of them are single parents, but on top of being a parent of a small child, they also have to finish their high school careers. Having childcare on site would help immensely for students for getting to class on time and being able to graduate on time. If you delay your vote to Alliance at Meek until after your new members are sworn in, we will have to have all these conversations over again, and they won't be up to speed. In the words of Martin Luther King, justice delayed is justice denied. Vote now for a one modern alliance. Show our kids that you care.
Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Chair Moore, Director, Superintendent. My name is Kathy Reynolds, Reynolds. I'm a parent of 4 current or former PPS students, 3 of whom have attended or did attend high school, MLC, Lincoln, Benson, and now Alliance. My wife is a PPS teacher. I'm on the Oregon State Workforce Board, and I'm Director of Employment for Legacy Health. I am deeply passionate about the strength of our public educational systems. Alliance enrolls students from every PPS high school, as well as other alternative schools. These are students who were not well served by these schools. They were failed. Alliance transforms their lives, turns them from dropouts into graduates. We know that dropping out of high school has significant individual and societal impacts. I've noted some of this in my supplementary material. High school dropouts earn significantly less than high school and college graduates. They have higher rates of disease, they have shorter lifespans, they have higher crime rates, they are jailed at a rate that is 3 times of high school graduates and 50 times college graduates. They cost their communities $300,000 average over their lifetime. Our community costs that much. These numbers don't even begin to reflect the impact on communities of color, LGBTQ, and other marginalized populations. Alliance engages a higher percent of high poverty, SPED, male, homeless, pregnant and parenting, and students of color compared to the entire district. Given that Alliance students are out of school an average of 9 weeks before they enroll, their 92% retention rate is remarkable. Reports indicate strong school community, high satisfaction, attendance growth, math and reading growth, and increases in credits earned and in graduation. There are 352 Alliance graduates in the last 5 years. I call that a worthwhile investment. That is 352 lives. Numbers don't tell the whole story. Try not to cry. My daughter was pulled from PPS for middle school. She was dying on your watch. We had to put her in a small private school where she thrived, and when we brought her back, we put her in Alliance. She has a 3.8. They care for her. They know her. If you have not walked the halls of Alliance, you should. The sense of care and belonging is palpable. Those kids, these students, they are food insecure, home insecure, they are teen parents, they are sexual minorities, they are students of color, they are the outcasts, and they are the abused from your other schools. They are the ones that the mainstream and privilege has left behind and left out. On the outside, and at Alliance, they belong. They are on the inside. This is an investment not just in education or the future workforce, which is the other hat I wear. This is an investment in life. I ask you to vote now before June 30th while you have the power to make this decision.
Thank you.
Next is Jerry Eaton and Vivian Scott.
Jerry Eaton, E-A-T-O-N. The whole time you were talking, I was thinking, please, God, don't make me go after that. I was not a valedictorian. I'm probably not going to be nearly as eloquent as that or those students from Bridger. What I am is the manufacturing technology teacher, former English teacher, writing workshop teacher, PE teacher, advisor, student leader. You wear a lot of hats in a small school. I want to thank you for this time tonight, especially the earlier time slot compared to when I saw you guys on Tuesday. And I'll try and keep this short so that maybe you can get home at a reasonable hour. I heard a lot of things at the work session on Tuesday. I heard a great presentation from ConnectEd about linked learning, work that we've done in Alliance for decades. CTE is what Vocational Village, our former name, was all about. And it continues to be, even though we've lost most of those programs over the years to attrition and budget cuts and things like that. I heard you grappling with ways to save money on Alliance. How to fit us into the bond with maybe rounding some of the corners off. And that's due diligence. It's work that you need to do, find a way to save some money. But I also think as we talked about what solutions might work and what wouldn't work, I think I heard consensus. I heard consensus from people kind of on the Benson side, on the Alliance side, that we could put together something that would cost less than kicking us down the road a bit, that would be much more equitable. That would actually centralize certain functions that our students deserve to have access to, including much better access on transportation. I think there's a real opportunity here, and I don't want it to go away. And I don't want the confusion that I heard early in the meeting about what does and doesn't work with these different populations, these needs of being able to teach CTE specifically to alt-ed students, which is it's a different game, and it's a very important game, knowing what we know about what CTE does for students. So I, again, ask that you move this on to the agenda as soon as you possibly can and make a commitment to it. And I challenge you to think imaginative, think creatively about, we'll help you find a way to get this paid for. It's gonna be cheaper in the long run. And equity has a price, but it's not always the highest price. So please get it rolling before we have to start these discussions all over again. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, want to thank everybody for your comments. We will move on to the superintendent's report. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to provide your report?
Thank you as always to everyone who came out tonight to share public comment. For my report this evening, I have a number of items I wanted to make sure and recap or share tonight. This includes some school bond project updates, as well as some of the discussions that are continuing this evening. We're less than 3 weeks away from the start of the summer break, and I want to acknowledge the hard work everyone has put in this school year, as both our students and our educators, and certainly our families for their support. We've made a lot of progress in one school year, and we're going to continue doing a lot of planning this summer regarding an exciting school year start before Labor Day. Tonight I want to make sure and note the accomplishments of our students, as well as some volunteers. We heard from our valedictorians tonight. Congratulations to you once again. I know there were a lot of proud families here in attendance, and I certainly noticed there were a number of PPS employee parents in the crowd as well, so congrats to you all. I also want to give a special shout out to 4 of our students who were recognized as National Merit Scholarship winners. Just 26 Oregon seniors from 13 public and private high schools have won the highest tier of scholarship awarded by the National Merit Scholarship Corporation this spring. Winners of these $2,500 scholarships are judged to be the best among National Merit Scholars, with what the scholarship organization says are the strongest combination of accomplishments, skills, and potential for success in college. Panels of high school counselors and college admission officers pick winners based on grades, difficulty of courses taken, test scores, an essay, and recommendations from a teacher and their high school. William Hammond competed on his school's Constitution team and made efforts to promote more robust political discourse at his school. He will be attending Columbia University and is likely to major in economics. Congrats to William. Hui Wen says he is likely to study biotechnology in college. Daniel Luo is a candidate for a full international baccalaureate diploma and competed on his school's 2017 Constitution team and plans to study law. Samir Suri is a baritone section leader of Lincoln's Cardinal Choir and also in the chamber choir and Lincoln's student-run a cappella group. He's heavily involved with Lincoln's robotics and mentors younger students. Suri has taken part in the high school autonomous car project hosted by Portland State University. This requires advanced programming and the use of sensor technology. He's headed to Georgia Tech to study computer science and music technology. Congrats to these 4 high achievers. And there's more. Tomorrow evening, we'll be hosting our first annual All-Star Awards ceremony. For the first time, we're celebrating our high-achieving students of color in a single multicultural recognition event. A big thanks to our Office of Strategic Partnerships and Engagement for organizing this event. Award winners were nominated by teachers, administrators, parents, and peers, and were selected by 5 distinct subcommittees. They will receive their recognition during a very festive evening tomorrow night, including food, entertainment, and speakers. But we want to acknowledge not just our outstanding students, but also some super parent volunteers. Board Chair Moore and I had the opportunity to recognize some of our excellent helpers this past week at the PPS and PTA Volunteer Recognition Dinner. Scott PTA won the Superintendent's Award this year, and Cesar Chavez won the New Visionary Award. Scott School PTA's vision is to hold inclusive events in order to give a voice to all communities to better listen and understand each other's needs. That includes conducting some meetings in Spanish with English translations, allowing English-speaking families to experience what it's like for Spanish and Somali families when they attend most meetings. Chavez PTA leaders are intentional not just in recruiting and retaining a diverse parent group to the PTA, but also in providing equitable bilingual opportunities for parents to access and participate, no matter their work schedule or home language. Also awarded Scott Principal Megan McCarter and Jefferson teacher Nicole Dalton won honors from the Portland Council PTA, Megan as Administrator of the Year and Nicole as Educator of the Year. Congratulations and thank you to all our parent volunteers for helping our school communities be their best. I want to do a little commercial. Speaking of community, I want to take a few moments to tell you about some of the ways we're working with community partners to improve student outcomes. TechSmart is a 5-year, $10 million partnership with the Mount Hood Cable Regulatory Commission. It invests technology with the goal of ensuring all third graders are reading at grade level. Since the start of TechSmart in the 2015-16 school year, the TechSmart team has brought together hundreds of teachers at site-based events and our TechSmart Summer Institute. TechSmart staff has piloted a new professional development activity called TechSmart Labs, which we are using to onboard our 4th and final 5-school cohort into the program. During the school's lab day, TechSmart coaches lead a 1-hour lesson with students, giving classroom teachers an opportunity to observe demonstrations in their classroom and other classrooms in the building. At the end of the day, teachers participate in another hour of professional development to plan next steps for integrating classroom technology into their practice. Our first lab took place April 24th at Grout Elementary, which is a Cohort 1 TechSmart school. The feedback was universally positive, and teachers have lots of ideas for how to continue to integrate technology tools. Further TechSmart labs are planned for the remainder of the year, and we plan to continue offering them throughout the coming school year. We had another special event recently, the Madison High School groundbreaking. There was a great turnout last Saturday. This is the first groundbreaking for the 2017 bond. As I said in my remarks then, when the doors open again 2 years from now, we will see new common areas where students can collaborate and continue to build lifelong friendships. But we're also going to see cutting-edge science rooms where students can further their college-level microbiology lessons. We're also going to see renovated athletic facilities, arts and theater facilities, and more. This is the kind of investment we must keep making in our schools, and I'm proud and grateful to Portland taxpayers for supporting the future of PPS. In addition to Madison alumni, current students, and families, we were joined by Congressman Earl Blumenauer, who reminded us of the significant economic impact to the community when we rebuild one of our schools. It helps create hundreds of jobs, in addition to ensuring work for women and minority-owned contracting firms. Thank you all who put in the effort to make this a wonderfully celebratory event, and to all who attended, including our board members. Thank you for being there. This Saturday is the Kellogg Middle School groundbreaking, June 1st. I hope you can all join me again as we set out to build the model middle school of the future. Festivities will begin at 10 a.m. Kellogg Middle School will be the first entirely new school building in Southeast Portland in many decades. This is a rendering of one of the extended learning spaces. This school will provide students and staff with state-of-the-art facilities, including over 100,000 square feet of new construction, a performing arts stage, a multi-purpose gym, an assembly space, a large flexible commons space, and dedicated outdoor learning spaces. The school will be a focal point of its neighborhood, offering a new educational center and resource hub for the community. But coming up is the Grant High School move-in this August. Preparations are underway for Grant High School faculty to move from Marshall back to their school, and for Madison to move over to Marshall High School. As you might imagine, this requires a lot of logistics, which are being overseen by our Office of School Modernization. We try to support our teachers with the packing and unpacking as they look to set up their new classrooms. Transportation routes, families, these are being worked on for Madison students to get to Marshall High School, and all new furniture, fixtures, and facilities will await students and staff at Grant High School. Marshall will be emptied and cleaned before staff and students return in August. And on a final note, our newly elected board directors. This is our first regular meeting since the May 14th election, so I wanted to congratulate first our re-elected director, Constam, for successfully winning another term on the board. PPS and the community are grateful and continue to benefit from your experience here at the dais, but I also want to extend my personal congratulations and welcome to our 3 new members, Andrew Scott in Zone 1, Michelle DePass from Zone 2, and Aylid Lowry in Zone 7. And if you're here tonight, I don't know if any of them snuck in, definitely want to recognize you. We're looking forward to having you up here post July 1st. Congratulations. And lastly, we have a little video short that I think I'm going to postpone till my next report because we have a lot to talk about tonight. Thank you. That concludes my report.
Thank you. So the next on deck was the student representative's report, and our student representative, Nick Paisler, had to go home and study for exams tomorrow, which he has to pass in order to graduate next week. So we allowed him to leave. So the next item is a first reading on the reserve funds policy. And I'd like to ask Director Brim Edwards, who chairs the board's Policy and Governance Committee, to introduce the first readings of the reserve funds policy.
Great. Thank you, Chair Moore. So tonight we have a policy, just some modifications that was brought to us by the staff, the Deputy Superintendent for Business and Operations. The policy makes a number of changes, and essentially, this year we're going to be. We'll see if I can get through this. But if there's any questions about the difference between a contingency and a reserve, I'm going to go to you. Essentially, some changes we made is we took the dates out of the policy. Previously, there was some dates that set some targets by dates in the future. It's best practice not to have dates in the policy. We did the most important thing is we retained the goal of hitting a 10% reserve for those sort of unexpected financial downturns or unexpected times in which we don't get as much revenue or we have an unexpected expense. And so we have modified, taking out the dates, and also added some language that if the reserves are used, that the district has to come up with a plan within 3 years to replenish them. And I want to thank Director Bailey for also asking us to put in a definition of contingencies and reserves. And throughout the process, we had 2 committee meetings about it, and we also received some feedback, important feedback from CBRC, which are our community partners who provide a lot of expertise and experience about the policy. It's still a strong policy. It provides, I think, best practice in terms of the language. In addition, we've added some additional language, and this is thanks to Director Moore from her time on CBRC of when it's appropriate to use reserve funds and to provide some guidelines for the board. So with that, it came out of the committee on a 4-0 vote, and it's ready for a first reading.
Okay, the proposed policy amendments will be posted on the board website, and the public comment period is 21 days, with the last date of comment being June 18th, 2019. The board will hold a second reading of the policy at the June 25th meeting. Okay, and the next item is a second reading on the student representative policy. After more than 21 days of being open for public comment, the board is ready to vote on the student representative policy. The board will now consider resolution number 5896, a resolution to adopt the student representative policy number 1.20.012. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second. Director Brim Edwards moves, Director Constam seconds the motion to adopt resolution number 5896. Is there any public comment? Okay, is there any board discussion on this resolution? And I'd like to invite our incoming student representative to offer the first comment.
Yes, I'm not Nick Paisler. Gosh, okay.
anyone doesn't know me, I'm Maxine Lateral. I will be the student representative to the board. For next year, I go to Franklin. I'm a junior right now, summing it all up. We're really excited about the policy to get all the changes in and have it be done. Most of the changes that were put in, it's just a lot of change in language around how elections of the student representative work, language around getting a position for someone to support the student representative in the district student council, and I feel like I'm forgetting something. Language for funding of the district student council, and how students from other high schools will come to join the DSC in the future, I think. If I'm forgetting anything, please let me know. Yeah.
So just as the chair of the committee, I want to recognize the work not just of Nick, the student rep this year, but also of Moses Tran, who was the student rep the year before. He's a Benton grad. I think he's at PSU now. And he really started the work to, I think, bring to life what we all thought should be in the student rep policy, that this is a way to amplify student voice in the decision-making of the district. And not only through the student rep, which is a long tradition, but also by creating the district student council, which was really something that Moses thought was going to be instrumental, because one student can't represent all voices, and so having a broader representation on the district student council would help bring more voices, more perspectives and experience and expertise to the table, so that we're able to make decisions informed by students. I think it's also important to note that the policy specifically calls out more of our schools, not just the traditional comprehensive high schools, but also Alliance at Benson, Alliance at Meek, Pioneer, and the Metropolitan Learning Center. So a much more inclusive policy, and hopefully we'll get even more diverse voices. So it's too bad Nick's not here to celebrate, or Moses, but because they put a lot of work into it. We did have, I should note, one public comment that came into the committee during the 21 days from a Jefferson student about the mechanism that had been created around the election of the student representative. And I've connected the Jefferson student to Jonathan Garcia, who will be working closely with the council so that the student's idea can be considered by the district council this next year. So we had lots of comments from both board members and students, and it's been 2 years in the making. So it's a great, I think, step forward in terms of amplifying student voice.
Any other comment? Okay. The board will now vote on Resolution 5896. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
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 All opposed, say no. Any abstentions? Resolution 5896 is approved by a vote of 7-0. It's been a long time coming, but thank you.
Significant improvement.
Yes. Okay, the next item is a report from All Hands Raised. And Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to introduce this?
Yes, I'm going to have our Chief Engagement Officer say a few words before we turn it over. But I wanted to take a little privilege here to talk up Dan Ryan, who's transitioning out of his leadership role with All Hands Raised. He didn't give me the benefit of a long tenure to work with him, but one of the things that stood out upon meeting him was his evident energy and dedication to our schools. Certainly, as an energetic convener, whether it was superintendents from here in the Portland metro area, or business, or philanthropy, or trade partners, or our school teams. to talk about how do we help support our students improve their outcomes. So thank you, Dan, for your leadership. Jonathan?
Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Superintendent. So you said, I think, most of what I was going to say. So I'm excited to have Dan and members of our PPS team here to share about some of the work that they've been doing at Franklin specifically. But there are many of our schools, and so we're excited to partner with All Hands Raised and continue to be friends and allies in this work to transform our schools. And we'll continue to do that. And good luck on your next journey. So hand it over to you.
All right. I'll scoot over here.
Yep.
Okay. Good evening. Thank you, first of all. That was really kind. I'm a little verklempt. Good evening, Superintendent, members of the board, Chair Moore. I'm Dan Ryan. I'm the CEO of All Hands Raised, and I am here and honored to be here to share Chapter 4. Each chapter tells the evolving story of this partnership, which is actually nationally acclaimed. And so it's always good to show up with our key partners and tell the story. Some of you are aware of David Brooks. He's done some articles about weavers. And one of our partner sites in Spartanburg is actually called out. So the network and the Strive Together network, we're weavers. So what do? We get in there and knit together community assets that already exist and imagine them being efficient when they work with one another. Imagine them really going towards impact. And I must say, since I'm sitting here, and I'm sorry this isn't in the script, they're used to that with me, I would look at these contracts during business meetings, and I trusted that a lot of them made sense, but I always wanted to really understand how they were knitted together with the district to get to true impact. So I just hope in our time we've begun to help build a framework for that. And what brought us together was actually the horrific graduation rates that were really got a lot of attention in 2008, as they should have. And so by 2011, that's when this partnership was built. And we decided, the greater community, decided it needed to be multi-district approach. And so that's when the work began. So I just have a few slides before I turn it over to the Franklin story. This slide never gets old because I think if you look at it, and if we're honest, we can see that we often live in the old and current behavior. Doesn't mean it's always bad, but sometimes it means that the line that's often used is we're program rich, but we're really system poor. And when we get into like the behavior that you'll hear about with our partners from Franklin and PCC, you'll start to get a story about what it's like when they are aligned. The community, the leaders in town, which is always made up of the current mayor, the current chair of county government, along with CEOs, came together with the superintendents and picked these 12 indicators. It was quite a journey. There were about 48 that came from Portland State with our good partners from academia, and we decided to just make it a little easier on the eyes and a little more focus. And these are the 12 that we landed on. What's really good about this is that it stayed the same 12 indicators, and that alone is accountability. Because when we say all hands raised, it's often thought of as the kids, the students raising their hands, but it's really about adult behavior. It's about adults keeping their hands up until we get this right, which means they should always be up. The demographics of the district was always a big concern and focus because this was a racial equity focus as well as poverty. And as you can see, mobility is a big issue and poverty travels. And so we wanted to make sure we always track those numbers. And as you know the story, gentrification has pushed so many people out of actually the inner district, which is PPS. This is a quick glimpse of the long-term economic comparative of this work. I think it was a struggle at first to get some people to buy into this, but when you're speaking with an economist like Director Bailey, it's always easy to make the case that these are our future employers and our future employees. And when you take a class of 9th graders and only 12 Latinos will, at that time, in the class of 2011, when they go on to higher ed, only 12 of those students in that classroom of 100 are going to get to that pinnacle. And that's really depressing when you know that's the largest emerging market that we have in our market area. So how did we go to this work? How did we land on these work areas? A lot of you are parents. I think if you look back at what's difficult about raising a child from cradle to career is those transitions. Kindergarten transition, 8 to 9, high school to post-secondary. And then what's really exciting is getting into that messy work that's below the iceberg, the social emotional work that's really easy to ignore, or to think that the complexity of that can be solved with something simple and a silver bullet. Not true. So the integration of social partners and culturally specific partners working with the schools to look at attendance and to also look at the disparities that we see around racial equity with discipline. Here's a quick snapshot of our current footprint around the county, and this zeroes in on Portland Public. The majority of those sites are 9th grade count sites. Final slide I want to give some attention to is, it took a while, but we built a system that will allow the innovation from the ground to bubble up. All movements start from the ground up, we all know that, and yet it's really difficult to find any blueprints of how that really works. And so what you see here is an example of that. And so what we have in our 24 sites around the county, school communities, is they test practices. And we test them using current data. Sometimes it's not perfect, but don't let perfection get in the way of good. It's current data, because we like to say what matters is the kid's only going to be 10 once. Let's figure out how to immediately reply to that student while they're in that grade. And then we take those integrated teams, and we, after testing their findings, we bring it to the affinity group, leadership groups, which are often deputies from school districts, executive directors from nonprofit partners, and then they endorse the findings and then bring them eventually to the council, which again is made up of influence, and that's where innovation meets influence. And our hope is that practice will keep scaling, and eventually practice will actually inform policy, as opposed to the mandates that come from policies, which if we did a study, it's pretty dismal to see how many of them land. Oh, sorry, Nate, I don't want to steal your thunder. Go to the next one?
Yeah, please.
All right. I'm going to turn it over to Vice President of All Hands Raised, Nate Waschel, and the team of Franklin. Go ahead and come up, and I'll give you the clicker, Nate.
Perfect.
It's hard for me to do.
Awesome. I'll do it.
The team from Franklin.
Just, yeah,
Oh, you
come
want
on.
me to-
I got it.
All right. You want me to
Hi, thank you for having us. I am Nate Waschel, Vice President of Partnerships at All Hands Raised. It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you, showcasing one of the superstar teams in the work that we do. In my role, I have the privilege of supervising a team of staff who work on the ground with teams of educators in schools across the county. The team that you're about to hear from is one of 22 teams that we directly support with facilitation, data services, and partner integration. When we come to a school, it's kind of like, okay, what are you here for? What are we doing with you? What's the grant? What's the contract? And it's like, no, we're a community entity that's here to come alongside you and be your partner and offer the tools that we can offer. In our experience, there are 3 really big tools that we have to offer and that we strive to do really, really well with the schools that we work with. The first is integrating partners. It's really easy for teams in schools to look up and realize that it's 100% people on the same payroll talking about the same issues, and that's critical. But it's also critical to acknowledge that schools don't exist in a vacuum and that there are partners all around the community who share an equal stake in the success of the kids and the families in the community. So we work hard to integrate culturally specific partners, higher education partners, industry partners. A second area that we look to really support our teams with is data. What's the data that you need to know if what you're trying is working? And are you disaggregating it to know who it's working for and who it's not working for? And then finally is a results-based framework of facilitation where we really do a scrappy version of improvement science to say, here's what we're trying to achieve. Here's what we think are the key drivers of this work. Here are some measurable targets. Let's get to work and see how it works. The team that's here today is going to share with you about what that looks like on the ground. We've been working with Franklin for several years. The team, you'll see, includes teachers, community partners, higher education partners, and as the parent of 3 future Franklin students, in that being my neighborhood school, I'm excited to be sending them there and excited to say that the kids on the eastern flank of this district are going to be seen and heard and supported to achieve what they want to achieve as adults. So with that, I'm going to pass it along to Raquel Laiz, who works at the district level now as a career and CTE coordinator, but was a longtime member of the Franklin team and will be a Franklin Strong person in her heart forever. So Raquel's going to kick us off.
Yeah, so in my previous role, I was the college and career coordinator at Franklin High School. So Franklin High School has always had a big goal has been helping a student to transition to post-secondary education. And of course, the FAFSA, the free application for federal student aid, is a big piece of that. We all know that FAFSA is one of the most important predictors of a student actually completing the transition and enrolling in college. And over the years, we were doing okay with the FAFSA work, helping a student to complete the FAFSA, gathering the information, but the percentage of completion were not real great. So at the beginning of the year 2016, All Hands Raised came to us, and our team of administrators, our principal, say, yes, you're welcome to come, let's work together. So with their help, we put together that team of counselors, teachers, special ed team, and community partners, and we start developing different strategies to help the students in the FAFSA work. One of the things that was very important and helpful was their improvement science method. So back in 2016, that rapid cycle improvement method was part of the Reach Higher initiative that came from Michelle Obama and her committee, and that was part of the work. Like the improvement science applied to the teamwork at Franklin High School helped us over the year to meet once a month and then review the data that they were providing as well, and see what was the next strategies. So we would identify the next target and then plan together the next strategy, and you see the positive results that we were able to achieve over the year, from 42% of completion to 84% completion at the end of the year. So that was the other thing that they provided to us, was that run chart every month to go back and revisit what we did and what we need to do for next month. So with their help, we were also able to identify the 4 best practices of learning, and of course, another critical value of the work with All Hands Raised was the fact that they facilitated improvement teams in not only in Franklin, but other schools across the district and across other districts in East County. And we used to meet like once a month or periodically, and we learned from other teams what was working for them, and they would hear from us, these are our practice, these are our learning. So we all learned together in the process. So as a learning community, the other thing that we did with All Hands Raised was during the fall of the beginning of the year, now they are doing this FAFSA kickoff event. So at my time at Franklin, I was part of one of the presentations in front of other teams from Multnomah County, East County, and the 10 PPS high schools, and we would all talk together about what we did. And right now, there are many other schools actually doing the same work and improving and applying the learning, our learnings in their own communities, and of course improving the results. And I think that the numbers speak by themselves. County-wide, we have increased by 13% from the beginning of the work with All Hands Raised until now. You can see it's huge increase in the percentage point of FAFSA completion. And now changing my hat as the city career learning coordinator, another big piece of the work with All Hands Raised that I'm really thankful for is now they're working with Roosevelt High School, and I'm part of that team as well, helping a student to identify trades, get connected, and learn about trades and apprenticeship careers. So again, it's this work that All Hands Raised do with our high school. It has no limits and touch everybody. So thank you.
So in working with All Hands Raised, we knew that we wanted to take our FAFSA work a step or two further. So what we decided is we would create a college readiness team which really focused on college persistence. So 2 years ago, we evolved the team to look at our post-secondary trajectory. So when working with All Hands Raised, one of the first things that they always bring to our attention is making data-driven decisions. And as the slide here shows, we took this information as to where the Franklin High School grads enroll, and what are we going to do with that information? And so it was very clearly a conclusion that was made that the majority of our students are going to PCC, so it made perfect sense that we need to build a relationship with PCC to help confirm that PCC would be a part of this work to be able to support our students as they exit our building. Again, All Hands Raised brought us together, so the resources that they were able to provide our school with reaching out to the community, bringing in other stakeholders to help in this body of work has helped immensely. Again, as they build our during the summer, we come together, we build a plan, and through that plan, what we're able to do is look at the overall results-based leadership framework that All Hands Raised was essential in helping us to better understand. The next slide that you see before you really helps us to better understand our post-secondary enrollment rates. So again, using data to help inform our decisions. At the end of the day, we want to ensure that our kids, actually connect with the post-secondary option. And we recognize that our work is beyond just getting our kids to graduate. It's having our students leave our building with the plan in place. So again, this shows the 2 years worth of data of the college enrollment rates of students at Franklin compared to the rates at PPS and compared to the rates at Multnomah County. In order to accomplish this goal, we recognized that we couldn't just plant a seed at 9th grade. We recognized that it was the hopes that we would blossom this seed over the next 3 years to again have our students graduate with a plan in place. In order to do that, what we did is we had to create a shift in mindset, and All Hands Raised was very supportive in that body of work. It took us pulling together the right people at the right time to make these decisions. It was a change of mindset from our staff from that's their job to it's our job. It went from it's another program to this is a larger part of our program as we prepare our students for strong futures, not just for graduation. And as you can understand, this has been a process, but we've made progress along the way in bringing in all of the different entities within our building, as well as the resources that All Hands Raised was able to help bring in that helped us develop a clear picture as to college persistence for our students. Again, the ability to have a partner such as All Hands Raised has been invaluable. To have a thought-based partner that is a systems thinking background has proven to be essential for this body of work. The experience and resources that All Hands Raised brings has allowed us to adapt to the needs of our students while not compromising our goal or impeding our progress.
So as the post-secondary partner that has the opportunity and the privilege to sit on this team at Franklin and Madison, I sit on 2 All Hands Raised teams. This is also the center of our diamond and our mission at PCC, the opportunity for equitable student success. And for all the same reasons we've been listening to tonight around some of the greatest needs that our community has as Portland becomes more expensive and people really push out to the outer edges of the Portland metro area, we're working to serve some of the highest need populations with the lowest access to resources, high-paying jobs, and affordability. So with that, we know that the best way forward for our community is access to higher education and a career. So over the last 2 years, I've served, on both of these teams, and we've been focused on building strategies and pathways to post-secondary education. And specifically, in this graphic, the next graphic shows the hands. And so really, we've been talking about what it means to reach across and to build that bridge, but reach across. And the learnings that we've really focused on the last 2 years is how we employ and deploy the champions in the work. And I say champions because it really doesn't come down to what my position title is or what their position titles are. That's not what the students connect with. They connect with the champion that wants something better for them. And that has to be on both sides of that handoff. And that is what All Hands Raised has helped bring together in these teams, is that post-secondary connection to that handoff and really seeing themselves in the responsibility of that handoff and the champion type of work. So for example, in the last 2 years, we built a college career and guidance class, and PCC wrote it so that it was tuition-free and fee-free for the students. And any students at Franklin that decided that they were going to go to PCC, identified in this summer melt work, could sign up for the class, because, anybody could sign up for the class, but we don't want to give too many credits that aren't going to go towards a degree or certificate. So if they're coming to PCC, it's about showing them how to access PCC, is what the college credit is about. It gives them some preparation around how to be successful in college. But more importantly, we hire 2 of the champions in the high school to teach the 1 credit class. So we pay the instructors to teach. And then they host that class on the Franklin site and also at PCC. So by the end of it, students finish that college credit with an opportunity to see themselves at that campus in a classroom, and knowing how to access the resources. And then that also provides us with a nice cohort to perform that handoff and track and support and follow up with as they get to our campus and enroll in fall. So we now have 2 years of that work where we are tracking students, how many credits they're taking, how well they're doing, and doing some follow-up focus groups with them to really learn how we can better support that transition. So it has been an honor to be a part of this work, and the best conversations are looking at how we can continue to do that with our feeder schools and scale that up so that we can continue to build a solid handoff and structure to the pipeline. We have the pieces, but we don't have the full pipeline to post-secondary.
So again, want to thank Jen Piper, Dean of Instruction and Acting President, Portland Community College, Southeast Campus, Raquel Raiz with CTE and Career Learning here at the district, and Principal Chris Frazier from Franklin High School. And I want to bring up Dan Ryan to close out our brief presentation.
I think before we leave the Franklin piece, I want to just say one of my favorite data points that you guys didn't bring forward tonight, but which you have in the past, is the increase in financial aid, student financial aid that you've tracked with the incredible growth of the FAFSA completion rates. And it's really significant and meaningful for those students and families.
Yeah, this team is making certain that we're not leaving money on the table like we have in the past. So I'll just close with this very dense slide, which is kind of full of a lot of braggy stuff, so I don't think I want to read all of them. But the fact is, All Hands Raised and PPS have been partners for a long time. In my tenure, which will be 11 years in July, in fact, it was 11 years ago today where I was sitting up there and I said yes to this position, which meant I had to resign from there to come here. And I just am really excited, and in retrospect, I'm very content and satisfied with the way the partnership evolved as we continued to also evolve. But I think you have a lot of partners, and partnerships are great. The reason we're able to provide services is because we're privately supported, so we don't invoice you. And but we do provide a lot of in-kind services, and especially as we've been stewarding the Parents Fund from the Portland Public School parents over the years. And I'm delighted that, I know this isn't the meeting for that, but I'm just grateful for the civilized handoff that we're in the middle of right now. and how important that is. And we'll make sure we're there for you so there's no hiccups as we gracefully do that handoff. And as a fourth generation Oregonian, as a graduate of Roosevelt High School, please keep the partnership going. Don't screw it up. Thank you.
Thanks for your work, Dan.
You're so welcome. Thank you.
And team.
Julie,
Yeah,
sorry.
we can't let you just leave like that. We're not going to screw it up. But I think back at 11 years ago, I think I ran into you and you were just contemplating applying for the job. And so a loss to the district when you left the board, but a really gain to not just PPS as a whole, but also to all the other districts that have benefited from the work that you've done. So I don't want you to leave without us just giving a shout out to 11 great years.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Julie.
Here, here. And I also wanted to just say, this year for my Principal for a Day service, I was at George Middle School, so I had the opportunity to see the partnership in action. I got to sit with the data team in the school who was looking at the school climate work and the disciplinary, disparate disciplinary data that was all wrangled by All Hands Raised, and the incredible difference that it had made there. And those educators spoke to the incredible opportunity to meet with their peers in the other districts, which, you know, we don't do very often, and we don't have the mechanisms to share best practices among our districts. I think the superintendent's roundtable is getting much stronger. But this is one opportunity where it's really made a huge difference. So it's nice to see all that data in one place about the difference it's making in all of our Multnomah County districts. So thank you, and farewell.
You're so welcome. I want to say it's been an honor to watch. I facilitate 3 communities, and to watch the teachers dive into the data and watching them go through their really changing their mental model about data and not letting it shame them, not letting them be overwhelmed by it. And so we do spend a lot of time making it digestible, because that's one of the problems is they get reams and reams of data, and we have to help work through that with them. So it's a real with proposition, and I'm glad you noticed that. Yeah. Thank you. Oh.
Not yet. Just thank you. You, way back when, you were an incredible board member and really supported my parent activism at the time, and you were always a good vote. I look back at some of those votes and gee, at the majority, it kind of been where you were. We might be in a different place now, but so thank you
Thanks for remembering
your
that.
service all these years for kids.
Appreciate that.
Well, coming from the university partnership, I remember the very beginning conversations. I'm that old, and I've been at Portland State that long, but really to see, you know, its progress and all the good work that has happened and under your leadership. So I thank you, and while you're saying goodbye in this capacity, you're not saying goodbye to us, I'm sure, and the work in supporting students in the community, and we will continue to partner, you know, with what you have so ably led. So thank you for your work and your dedication.
And as the successor to, in your seat up here, it's, you know, you'll have big shoes to fill. And I have every expectation that you're going to be watching, and you're still going to be there, and you're going to hold us accountable to make sure we don't screw it up. So we're going to count on that.
They're all our kids.
Yeah.
All right.
So
You're here.
thank you for all your work
You're so
and
welcome.
that you've done, and all the work that's yet to come.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening.
Can I have one? One follow-up question, Jen, around PCC. I'd be interested in this sometime in the future, how you define success for our Franklin and other students at PCC, what you're seeing in the data, and what you're learning in terms of increasing that success rate. Either a cup of coffee or something like that would be great. Okay.
Okay, so we're about to launch into another discussion of the budget. But before we do, I'd like to invite Suzanne Cohen, President of the Portland Association of Teachers, to come up and provide some comments.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everybody. I wanted to come in and address the board about the budget vote this evening, and just kind of to reiterate and regroup on our shared commitments and our shared values, especially as it regards to students, class sizes, and educator workload. We knew when this budget process started and I came and spoke that there would be many great things that we would all want, and there would be many, many difficult choices. And now I'm here to kind of address one of those difficult choices. And so this isn't against any priority or anything like that, but just kind of wanted to focus on two issues that I think are really important and important here in our time for the last vote. So we're going to talk about the 4-5 blends and just class size in general. With the 4th, 5th grade blends, absolutely, when that came out, we raised concerns and asked that be prioritized as something to look at for a bunch of reasons. And now, at the time, and I don't have all the up-to-date data, it was about $1 million to undo the 4-5 blends. I want to be clear, I'm not speaking against blends by choice, blends that are a part of an academic model, blends where, that's what the school community has been doing intentionally. It's not anti-blends, but blends that are done to save money, especially short-term for 1 year, do provide consequences. One, looking at throughout the budget, you've prioritized and really invested in standards-based and the guaranteed viable scope and sequence. When you look at that, there is no way that our standards go for 4 and 5 blends. And so all this work and investment in getting our educators prepared to do that, whether it's the right choice or the wrong choice, is the place you've chosen to invest in. Having blended classrooms doesn't allow those educators to focus specifically on an area that you are investing in. It also, 4th grader only has one chance to be a 4th grader unless they're in a 4-5 blend, and then they're in. No. Anyway, so really just kind of looking at from the student perspective, like what can we give them at a time when there is this additional revenue to meet them. And as we look forward to the Student Success Act, and just thinking about when they traveled in the roadshow and asked communities to prioritize what things would they do with additional dollars, class size was certainly a part of it. When we look to the future, this is a work that you're going to want to hire more people for, there'll be a need for, and so setting up that groundwork now before the money comes makes sense. And I think unblending the 4-5 blends, which I know is a conversation you plan on having this evening, would absolutely be supportive of all those things. And then the other one is just to talk about our class size language and how, just reminding us all about where we came to and why we have our threshold language and what it all means. And when we settled our contract, and it was very contentious, and one of the issues was really around workload and class size. And I thank you, Superintendent Guadalupe Guerrero, for coming and really, recognizing that this absolutely was an important issue and that we would work on it. And then with 3 of you serving on the bargaining team, we did settle on some threshold languages, and we know that the intent there was these were goals. They weren't even lofty goals. They weren't exceptionally, magnificent class size goals or targets that, we should be praised for reaching. They were basic. For example, in kindergarten, ours is 24, but across the river, it's lower. It's 23 is theirs for a threshold, but then they have a hard cap at 26. They will not put more than 26 students in a kindergarten class, and we've got 29. And our funding is obviously different, but once again, as we look at the passage of the Student Success Act, what people have asked for to prioritize this money, and as we build to our future, reducing class sizes is absolutely a priority not only of the Portland Association of Teachers, but we've heard from families, communities, basically everyone that's rallied behind this. So when we settled our contract and had those thresholds, we were really upset by the staffing levels, and we felt that it wasn't in the spirit of the agreement of the contract to have so many educators over the thresholds, and we disagreed on that. you're looking at a budget now that is going in the opposite direction. And so we've always said these are goals, and we wanted to get closer and closer to achieving these goals. And next year's budget right now moves us further away with increased class sizes in many of our buildings. And so just speaking from an emotional level, I think, and I know that the amount of additional revenue maybe isn't like the totality of the whole budget, but I am surprised that a priorities conversation even came up, because when we settled our contract and we keep revisiting and we've been working together on so much, it's been really clear that class size reduction is a goal that we have not yet met, and our goal, once again, is not a lofty goal. So whether it's this conversation or future budget priority conversations, I would just like to remind you about our shared commitment to at least getting to these thresholds, if not lower, and that as other sources of revenue may appear or other choices, that we remember this shared commitment and we don't have to have lengthy, elaborate conversations about where the revenue should go to. We have a contract that we agreed to, that we agreed to work towards getting towards those goals, and we're moving in a budget that's getting us further away from it. So as you look at additional revenue, I mean, start at kindergarten, work your way up, but look at these class sizes, look at the educators that are over the thresholds, the students who have really high numbers, and think about what you're going to be doing with future revenue that comes in, given those priorities. What can you do in this budget, in this next school year, to help build towards that? And so that's what I'm here to ask you to do. I know that you're working hard. I know that none of these decisions are easy, and you've been working over the long weekend to tackle them, but I just wanted to remind everyone that we did get into this work together with a shared commitment to class size reduction. And so to remember that as you have your discussion this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, I will now recess the board from its regular meeting and reconvene as the Budget Committee. The board, as the Budget Committee, has held a budget workshop and a public hearing to receive public testimony on the proposed 2019-20 budget. Superintendent Guerrero, would you like to make any comments about the 2019-20 proposed budget?
Well, I just want to thank the directors for the high level of engagement on this annual budget development process. We had a lengthy conversation in the work session last Tuesday night and morning. There were a lot of questions. There continue to be a lot of questions. Thank you for those. We've tried to compile those. Those are publicly posted. There's been some additional information distributed. It's a lot to absorb. Hopefully we've been able to synthesize it so that you can make an informed decision. But we have our budget and finance team here taking their seats, and I think they're going to recap for you where we are tonight as we try to get this over the finish line.
You guys look a little tired.
And before you start, can I just remind the audience, anybody with big posters, if you could keep them down so the people behind you can see. Thank you.
Good evening. First of all, we'd like to thank the board for agreeing to participate in reviewing materials, continuing to submit questions, and then ranking priorities over the weekend. We really appreciate the extra time it took for you guys to do that during a holiday weekend. Having said that, we finished our work. We stopped receiving information probably about 3 o'clock today. So we have prepared the documentation for you here. We will go through the individual pieces with you. Just want to talk a little bit about the process tonight. So first, Director of Budget Jordan Ely will be reviewing the ranking of the priorities and then show where the cutoff line is from that ranking from the 7 individual board members being compiled. Some of you did submit additional items. We put them in list, we added them to the list,
but you were the only one that ranked it, so we gave it the points from your one ranking, but that because there was only one of you ranking, it really fell towards the bottom of the list, but we wanted to capture them. Some of you changed the dollar amounts, and so we kept the original dollar amount on the list, and then we added a second item for the additional dollar amount that you added. So Jordan Ely is going to go through those pieces with you, and then after that, you have a draft resolution, and then the changes that we've made to the proposed budget that we're bringing forward to you for the approved budget. Now, we have incorporated into that the ranking with the line across where the funds ran out. But if we make changes to this, we'll need to recess in order for us to calculate appropriations, or you continue with the agenda while we excuse ourselves so that we can bring back a final resolution once the board has finished their discussion. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Director Ely.
Hi, Board. Thank you for having us tonight. On the two documents I'll be referring to tonight are the budget priorities and balancing document, and then the document right after it, which has all of the individual board member rankings. Excuse me. So the logic that was applied here, we found an average value and then ranked the averages. In order to not have items that were not scored by everybody immediately go to the top, we applied the maximum value to all zeros or all non-ranked items, which was 42. And then we averaged all of the board members' scores after that, and then we ranked in that order. The first document you have only has the items that made the list, and then I'm sorry, the sums ended up on the back, so I apologize for that. And then on this document, it has all of the priorities that were considered. The bold line is the point at which funds ran out. As Deputy Superintendent Hertz pointed out, if we have conversations tonight about different priorities that might get talked about, I can do a pretty quick calculation to get that moved above the line, and then I'll work as rapidly as I can to adjust the resolution to match. Before I hand it off to our CFO, are there any questions about the ranking tool? Yeah. Any questions yet? Good? Okay. All right. I will hand it off to our Chief Financial Officer, Cynthia Lay.
Good evening, Madam Chair, members of the board. Tonight, I would like to focus on the resolution number 5897. There are three documents to the resolution. The first one is a recitals. Then you have, after that, is the attachment to the resolution, this color paper, and in the back, there is the explanation. So I would like to talk about the explanation of the proposed budget, the adjustments to come up with the approved version of the document that we will be asking the board to approve tonight. So we have talked about the general fund, where we have additional resources. At this time of the year, for the fiscal year 2018-19, we always do a very thorough look at the projected ending fund balance. And that gives us an additional of $1 million of projection to the ending fund balance this year, and that becomes the beginning fund balance for next year. Then the increase in the state resources by $4.1 million, and that has to do with $3 million for the May 15th reconciliation of 2017-18 from the state, and also the increase of the $9 billion of state school fund appropriation. We also add, based on the work of all of you board members, and throughout the weekend, Director Ely came up with an addition of $1.7 million for instruction as a result of the priority ranking that you did, and with the elimination of a flow through of a charter school, we come up with a total of $1.7 million. On top of that, we add $6.1 million for support services, again, after the work that you have done on the ranking over the weekend. So the net impact to the general fund is an increase of $5.1 million. I will pause and see if you have any questions on the general fund. Thank you. I will move along with the debt service fund. Again, this is the time where we are working on truing up all the expenditures and making another projection at the ending fund balance for 2018-19. That gives us a higher ending fund balance for this year, which is a higher beginning fund balance for 2019-20. With that increase, we're able to reduce the amount that we will ask for the tax levy for 19-20, and the net impact is a reduction of $1.5 million from $190.4 million to $188.9 million in the debt service fund. Any questions from the board on the debt service fund?
Yeah, can you explain more, what is the debt service fund? Are we talking about the local option levy? Are we talking about something else?
Madam Chair, members of the board, thank you for the question. The debt service fund is a GO bonds that we have, and this is the additional tax.
GO meaning general obligation.
The
right?
general obligation fund. Thank you, Madam. Yes. And this is where we will ask the taxpayers to, the county, based on the number that we provide them for debt service payments for 2019-20, will come up with a tax rate. And we always very conservative, and we always want to be very thorough in our estimation of what the ending fund balance is for this year, so that we don't impose unnecessary tax on the taxpayers. So that is the work that we do at this district.
So, if I understand correctly, so this adjustment has no impact on the general funds that are available for the operating budget.
That is correct, Madam Chair,
Okay.
members of the board.
It is completely tied to the capital projects fund.
Right.
So
And-
for construction and renovation of schools.
Right, okay, and that is the only thing that those monies can be used for?
That's correct.
That is correct. That is restricted. Thank you. Right. Yeah. Also, I'm moving along to the Capital Projects Fund. Yes.
Is this a 2017 bond that we're
Yes,
talking about?
the
Okay.
debt service has multiple general obligation bonds, and the 2017 is one of them. 2012, we still have a portion of it, and this also has, because this is debt service, it also has the PERS UAL debt service in it. But the reduction I'm talking about is a total debt service, and this really has to do with the 2017 General Obligations Bond.
Thank you.
Great. Moving along to the Capital Projects Fund, we have informed you in the past that we received from the state a seismic rehabilitation grant funding in the amount of $1.5 million. And therefore, we are eliminating the proposed transfer of funds from the general fund into this fund for the capital projects. And the net decrease of this fund is $500,000. Is there any questions on the capital projects fund from the board? Okay, thank you. Without any questions, I would like to move into the recital of resolution number 5897 for the Budget Committee to approve the 2019-20 budget and imposing of property taxes as proposed. Since you have the recitals in front of you, would you like for me to read them for the public record? Thank you. And I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you.
Great.
So at this point, we would like to check in with the board. We have it all prepared based on the prioritization. We have heard a lot tonight about, and a lot of questions from the board about 4 or 5 blends in particular, and about how much that would cost. You didn't talk about that, right? That's okay. I just want to make sure. I'm not repeating. So when you look on this sheet here and you see the line across, and that's the cutoff point of what is included in what we've prepared in the resolution for the approved budget. So if, for instance, it would take an additional 1.5 million to cover all of the 4 or 5 blends. So if, I haven't done my math, you doing it quickly?
Yeah,
We would have to move up the line.
essentially halfway through the maintenance carryover.
So the line that is 950,525.
Yeah, we'd lose 4.5 of the items that are above the line right now.
Okay.
So it would be before or after the maintenance carryover?
It'd be in the middle of it.
Oh. Yes. So you'd have about 450, sorry.
Yeah.
And that would, I'm sorry, that would allow you to do what?
Then that would allow us to add the 1.5 to the 4 or 5 blends. That's the most frequent question we've had from board members over the weekend. That's why I bring this forward to you.
So,
Most frequent question was, how much would that cost?
okay, so the current number of $105,000, that would undo four blends, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and how many are there in total?
There are 21 in total, but 2 are programs that were in place prior to the 1920 budget change. So in other words, they were ongoing blends from school choice in the community. It's something that's part of their school community.
Okay,
So there's 19 remaining.
Okay.
So if you subtract the 4, then that leaves the 15.
And so once again, the cost for the 15.
1.5 million.
So are we going to have an opportunity to talk about other, when we're done talking about the blends, about other topics? Okay, I wasn't sure what the process was going to be.
How do you want to proceed from this point?
So at this point, we should open it to board discussion about the action item that we're asking them to make.
Okay.
With the understanding that as you come to a motion that you want to come forward in a resolution, we need time to make sure we have all our appropriation levels in properly.
Okay. So I'm going to open it up, but before I do, I just want to do a little preamble. It is now 8:45. We cannot do another marathon meeting like we did last week. And we must approve the budget tonight. If we do not approve the budget tonight, we will not have a budget. It has to go to TSCC tomorrow. So we must do this tonight. And we must do it in a way that is both efficient and effective. At the end of it, whatever we come up with, these folks are going to have to go back and do some math. I would hazard a guess that doing math at midnight is probably a recipe for error. So I would request, we're starting this budget item later than I had hoped, so I think we should shoot for, I'm still going to say it, I think we should shoot for coming up with an actual decision by 10 p.m. It gives us an hour and 15 minutes. We have chewed this over many times. And the last thing I will say is we are talking about essentially 1% of the general fund budget. We're talking about roughly 0.5% of our total annual operating budget. So while I think all of these items are important, I think we need to keep in mind the proportionality involved here. And we should be able to come to a decision tonight. And I would hope we can do it by 10 p.m. Okay, have at.
So just a comment. Our vote tonight is not on 1% of the budget. It's the whole budget. So I view tonight is sort of the last opportunity. And this is an issue I raised early on, that we'd only had a month to go from between the proposed budget and its approval. But I think we should understand we're not just talking about the 1%, correct? It's the whole budget. Okay.
But I think based on our conversation last week, our work session that went till 2 p.m., 2 a.m.,
it was only 1:45.
1:45. We had at that point basically suspended our discussions of the rest of the budget before figuring out how to allocate these additional resources. So I think that's a rightful focus of our conversation, since our preceding conversations were about the budget as a whole. So I appreciate the way that you've brought forward this information tonight with all of our feedback categorized and prioritized.
So maybe I should jump in, because I have some general questions about the larger budget that were leftover items from earlier. So one thing, and this is between approval and adoption, is at the May 7th meeting, I'd asked for benchmarking, and I would still like that of the executive functions of other large school districts vis-a-vis the PPS executive functions, if I'm using the word correctly. So that's something I'd asked for before, so I'm just going to renew the request. I'm not expecting to have it tonight, but I'd asked for it before. Also, I had a question about the operating carryovers. So as part of the back and forth over the last 3 days, and I want to just thank the three of you for answering dozens of questions. But the operating carryover, my understanding is generally there's lots of carryover for capital and other pieces, but operating not so often. But in this particular case, you're recommending some carryover. Going forward, are we going to establish criteria for when we carry over items or not? Because I would normally expect an operating, if we had operating funds, that they'd just be part of the next year's budget versus being treated as a carryover. So is that something you contemplate in the future, having some criteria of when you carry over the operating funds? Because there was two very specific examples, and I'm sure there were lots of other places in the budget where you could make the case could be carried over.
Sure. There are two areas in particular that are best practice for creating carryover in general fund. One is summer school. We don't have a lot of summer school programs here. And the other is in maintenance projects that have the duration of the summer. So what happens with a maintenance budget in particular is it's used to address emergencies during the school year as they pop up. And then we have so much deferred maintenance in our district that we would then use the remaining dollars to close out the year with projects over the summer.
And I don't mean to cut you off, but I understand the capital piece, but in this case, this year we had two operating, the middle schools, the 900,000, which is not a capital. So I totally get the capital ones why we carry over, but we
So the
had
two
cases
that
where
that I would say are our best practice are the maintenance, and to do it, once we do it this year, then it becomes seed money for every year. So it it's something that we only have to really seed it once, and then it's fine for evermore.
So we wouldn't see next year then something like the 900,000 from the middle schools. It would just be part of next year's budgeting.
So the second item that was requested this year is on the middle school programs, and it was because we opened new programs, and it was an intention that it was a request from the instructional leadership team of the district in order to continue the work that needs to be done in those regions. And I would invite Chief Cuellar to join us to come and explain that just a little bit better.
But Claire, I think implied in your response is that as a general practice, we're not going to see carryovers. That you're giving us a justification for these two discrete examples. But it's not best
But we're not going to
practice.
see that going forward.
So this is part of 550.
Where's the 350? There's 400.
Good evening, board. So to talk about how we've broken up the middle school carryover, we initially had a carryover of $900,000, which was initially established several years ago to help support the opening of our new middle schools and some of also the feeder schools that were transitioning from K-8s to middle schools and also to K-5s. From the initial $1.2 million that was allocated several years ago for this purpose, a lot of the funding was used for various supplies, curricular resources, and different things that the schools needed to help boot themselves up. One of the things that we did notice after evaluating the usage of that funding was that we did not see the $900,000 actually being useful, just being specifically in that category of carrying over for that purpose. So what we've done was that we broke up the middle school carryover from 900 and then breaking it up to be able to utilize 500 of that specific for supports for CSI, TSI, and title schools around our leadership development emphasis and focus. And then we were going to use the 400,000 to continue to carry forward to provide supports to those schools, again, around supplies and resources and different curricular needs that the schools may need going into the last year of that funding.
So by, not that the targeted funding isn't going to a worthy place, but by making that decision, was it the opinion or the perspective that Ockley Green, Harriet Tubman, and Roseway Heights didn't need the 900,000? I know they're getting a piece of it, but what I've heard is they still need that. Change is fragile, and to make it sustainable, they still need pretty significant support. So I'm just curious whether the judgment was made that they have the adequate level of supports to be able to sustain a successful sort of academic program at their new middle schools.
Absolutely. The 400 is also going to be utilized to provide the additional days for professional development, which those schools were allotted 2 additional days for PD. Also, for example, specific to Roseway Heights, some of the allocated resource was specific to technology, which we were able to fund them with additional technology for them to be able to do the work in the classrooms. But again, when you're looking back at the funding that we were able to provide this year, and still a lot of that left over, that's why the decision, I feel, is actually a good decision, because the 400,000, I do feel that we'll have more than adequate enough funding to continue to provide support for those schools. Because even with providing the additional funding this year, around additional PD, technology, supplies, resources, and anything additionally that the schools needed, we spent close to maybe about $350,000. and that was providing a lot of robust support. So hence the reason why we came to the determination that we could best utilize the funding if we were to split it in that direction.
So how much is Tubman, Roseway Heights, and Ockley Green getting out of the 900,000
As of this year?
in that carryover
On the carryover, we're allocating 400,000 of carryover.
to those three schools?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, aren't a number of the feeder schools for those three schools also TSI, CSI, and Title I?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
So there is some overlap in
Yes,
these
ma'am.
categories.
There is actually significant overlap, especially when you look at professional development and providing that type of critical resource. There is.
Right.
So you're saying 400,000 is going to the three middle schools, but the narrative, which I don't have in front of me, I thought it said it's going to also the feeders into the middle schools.
Well, right. So, and when I say feeders, that's also looking at potentially like transition camps in terms of how we're strengthening the feeder connection and also providing some additional resource too if needed. But the majority of that funding was allocated to the middle schools for the opening because there was more significant resource that was needed there.
Any other questions?
Well, I've got a lot, but somebody else, go ahead.
So are we, I don't have any more about the middle school. I don't know.
We'll have more middle school, but it's a whole different topic, so go ahead.
You're excused.
Thank you, board.
Sorry, that's.
Don't go away, though.
Can I restate that? Thank you, Craig. To me, if the major thing I'm trying to figure out here is the 4-5 blends, because we have 4 here, 15 more to look at. I'm curious about everybody's view as to, do you want to go all in on all 15? Do you want to make kind of an equity piece? Are you happy with where this would end up here? Do you want to take a little bit out of some of the others to,
Actually, I'd like to have Craig come back. Sorry. Because to be able to answer your question, because for me, part of the fundamental.
Sorry.
So, well, part of the to be able to answer your question. Yeah. So, I look at the blends, and that they cover the spectrum of our schools in terms of socioeconomics, and when I look at the inequity in our middle grades offerings and the fact that we're just putting 4 FTE into that, to me, I'm thinking that's not how I would prioritize FTE. So I'd like to know, because initially it was something like $4 million was the cost to get middle grades equity. So we have, depending on your zip code here in the city, in our school district, very different offerings. And actually, a lot of schools, there aren't really electives because kids just get what's available, not what they elect to take. So I'm interested in what the 4 FTE, what that buys us, and at what schools, and how it's going to be decided.
Are you talking about the 4-5 blend?
No, I'm talking
FTEs?
about the middle grades program equitable offerings because, so anything we do on blends, this is all a trade-off.
Absolutely.
So and it may be the size of the blend of the class may make a difference, and what school it's at, but we have very, very inequitable offerings at the middle grades across the city, and I'd like to know sort of what we'd be getting for that 4-point. And personally, I'd rather, if we're gonna move up the line, I'd rather move up the line and get more equity in our middle grades because it's grossly inequitable right now. So.
Well, backing up real quick around the question around blends in terms of how we prioritize, I would look at it specifically around how we prioritize even our budgeting and staffing process, around looking at addressing critical gaps in our CSI schools, TSI schools, title, and then looking at, the rest of our Tier 1 schools first. So in terms of how are we looking at it, I think we have to prioritize it from that lens first, and then what we do is we look at where some of the critical overage is. In terms of how we're providing support. So as we prioritize, just from the blends aspect, I wanted to provide that answer first in terms of how we would look at that. For the middle grades, offering specifically with the 4 FTE, that we would still look at it from the same prioritization lens as well, in terms of looking how we're providing critical support to our schools that fall under those same categories around CSI, TSI, or title schools first. And then we would look at our Tier 1 schools before we would provide support. But to your question earlier, Director Brim Edwards, is the 4 FTE could play to be a significant role in providing those additional opportunities at the middle grades for more selection and offering for students. And again, I'm not going to go ahead and just pigeon us against just a 7-period schedule being just that one opportunity for doing it, because there's a myriad of ways we can do it in providing additional FTE. It's a matter of working with the school and looking at the master schedule and determining where the best fit would be for those additional FTEs to provide opportunity for students.
So I have a question in this mix about how the fall set-aside budget is reflected in this budget. So if we're talking about addressing these 4 or 5 blends, would that be coming from a pot that is generally held for fall balancing and reducing our opportunity for fall balancing? Or what is the interplay of those two?
So Dr. Cuellar and I actually had that conversation earlier today. Point of correction though, on the middle grades, there's 5 FTE there, so I think you all have the elective offering, so we would be contributing $500,000 or 5 FTEs towards making a pretty significant incremental improvement towards filling out these elective gaps in middle grades offerings. But to the question on, because we're trying to get to seeing if we can eliminate those 4 or 5 blends that originally we used to try to balance our budget. And so there's 15 FTEs that we need to find to Deputy Hertz's assessment at the beginning. So if we, for instance, applied the class size reduction 4 FTEs, that gets you to 11. But Dr. Cuellar and I were sort of having a conversation earlier around there is the fall set aside. It's a significantly reduced number from historically what's been there, but we've also, I think, gotten a little bit more accurate about our projections and staffing according to our equitable staffing model. But we also included 4 FTE here on the list as well. So if you take the 15 FTE we need to undo the blends, you take, say, 5 from Dr. Cuellar's set aside. He doesn't have a lot, and he probably makes him a little nervous, but I think we can get through the 10-day count. But I think we could make it. If we take 5 from there, that leaves 10 FTEs. If we take the 4 from the CSR line item, that further reduces it. So that gets us really close to closing those out.
So I'm going to go back to my question, though, because I would like to see, we have schools where kids really don't effectively have electives. So if you're not an art or a band kid, it's like, if you don't want band, well, then you're going to be an art, because There's no choice. So we have a lot of middle schools, these under-enrolled, primarily serving historically underserved communities, that they don't have the same number of, three world languages or, 15 different courses that they can choose from. They get art or music. And that's not really a choice, because it's some kids' passion, but for other kids, that's torture. I mean, that would have been torture for me and some other kids, just like being in PE is torture for other kids. And so I'm concerned that I would like to see the plan of how we actually are going to give kids some in those schools until we get to we have this bridge, 3 years?
Yeah.
Until we get there, that we can have the same sort of amount of precision, like we're trying to get rid of a blend in X school. Well, I'd like to have that same sort of precision of kids in these, essentially under-enrolled K-8s or low-enrolled K-8s, that we have that same sort of precision, that we can tell parents and students that they're going to have the choice of something they actually want to take, not just this is what you get because you happen to be in a school that there's not that many students.
So we have 9 schools that have fewer than 3 elective choices in the middle grades, and several of them are specific programs where we know that elective type offerings are more interwoven into their curriculum. Probably actually half of those. So you're left with Laurelhurst, Bridger, Marysville, and Astor that fit that description with
And I'm
just 2 electives.
I could read through the electives that you would have available if you were at West Sylvan, which there are dozens of them, versus would you like art?
Okay,
I'm
West
not
Sylvan
gonna-
also has 1,000 students.
Well, exactly, but it shouldn't just because you live in the zip code that has 1,000 students that you get a whole bunch of choices or something that interests you, versus too bad that you live in outer southeast and there's, 171 students in the middle grades at Lent versus 1,000. And I'd just like to see to know how we're going to make sure that kids have an opportunity to take something that they're passionate about, because if they don't have that opportunity, I think that's when we start to lose them. And
So we've had this discussion on many a board night. We share the goal. We've proposed here 5 more FTEs, which is 5 more than it's been done any other year. And I think what I'm hearing you say is you want to see more than 5.
And I'd like to make sure that, because when I asked last week about whether the gap analysis had been done, it hadn't. And I say I'd like to see that same sort of precision and focus, and over.
Okay, we have the gap analysis, so I'm not sure
It's
what
right
you're
here.
referring to.
It's right here.
Okay, so how is that? I'd like to see how you're assuming then that music and band, or music and art, is an adequate set of electives.
Well, I think we would work with each of the schools to see which of the elective disciplines they would like to see.
So I'd just like to
Okay,
see how.
So to me, the salient point about this conversation is really about, the line item around supporting middle school redesign, because we know that we have to completely reimagine our master schedules across all our schools, including the K-8s. We know that we need, in our DLI, we know that we need to have a clearly defined and articulated middle school program, core program, which we don't really have now, which contributes to inequities across schools. So this is the work that we really need to reimagine for all of our middle schools, and then the electives, which I completely agree that a huge component of middle school should be the opportunity to exercise choice and follow a passion. So I think that would be central to the work of the whole middle school redesign. So I guess to me, this conversation, I'm interested in how does it feed into the line item that supports the middle school redesign work, which here is just 1 FTE in planning. And Dr. Cuellar, what do you imagine as a realistic timeline toward a better understanding of equitable middle school programming across all our schools?
We're already assessing, each of our schools around critical need, around, student feedback, staff feedback, looking at what type of critical resources needed. That work actually started this year on a very foundational level, and now the work is amping up going into year 2 of that building year. So I am really hoping that we'd be able to give something to the board by mid-year around exactly what each of our K-8s and middle schools need, and we'd be prepared to share that report and be able to run a full presentation on that.
So I absolutely agree, Director Constam, that is foundational, and we know that kids aren't going to get to Kellogg because Kellogg's not going to open for 2 years. We know that we need another middle school building in a couple of different places, and so the reality is there's going to be these bridge or transitional years until before Vernon gets into Beaumont or wherever it's going to go. But between while that work's happening, we're going to have a whole cohort go through middle grades, and I'm afraid that we are going to lose students if we don't they don't have a spark of something they're interested in. And I think we've done a great job with art and music because of the arts tax and thanks to the larger community, but I also think there's other things that some kids just aren't interested in that, and they're going to need something different.
So I suggested earlier we could scrape up 5 out of the fall contingency. Since we're already equitably staffing and that's what the FTEs are for, we could take the 4 from CSR, that makes 9. This 9 FTEs, you could decide however the board wants to, a balance of either an unblending or an adding to the 5 already FTE for middle school equitable offerings, and that would, that could more than double, that would be 10 FTEs, that's more than has ever been done in years before.
Which would be a great step forward. And I think it would be some sort of like perhaps what the regular Scott music sort of split is, that through creative use of FTE, you're offering kids something.
It's just, we'll need to hear from the whole board how you want to spend those 9 additional FTEs.
Okay.
How far you want to unblend versus do middle school offerings.
Okay, so I'm afraid I'm going to ask you to go through that calculation again, slower. And just for clarity, so CSR is class size reduction?
Right.
Okay, so can you?
There's 21 blended classrooms, minus the 4, minus the 2 that were pre-existing because it's their school model, gives you 19.
That are part of the new proposal.
Right. Correct. But you also mentioned, Claire, at the beginning, you said 21 minus 4 was your first cut.
Well,
yeah, because
4 have already been
we already
pulled
have
out.
4 here, so that leaves 15. And then we suggested moving over 5 from our fall staff contingency gives you 10. And then if we move,
Which, I mean,
And if-
just to
and if-
bolster that point, those 5, at least 5 likely would have been moved in the fall anyway, because those blends are right on the tipping point, and so you're going to get a few more kids in
That's-
at least 5 schools, and so might as well hire those teachers now instead of in the fall.
that's probably what would have happened. And then that still leaves the 4 for class size reduction. That leaves 6 of the 19.
Okay, you're losing me.
What do
Okay,
you mean
so-
4 from the class size?
So what for you? So we still have 10 blends, right?
Right.
So what for are you
And
talking
now
about?
if you look at the targeted class size reduction line item with 4 FTEs.
Okay. Okay.
But that's a question in and of itself. Do you want to spend that precious resource on the 4-5 blends or other pinch
just-
points that arise in terms of big classes,
Yeah, that's the question I'm posing. That
which
if
might
you-
be kindergarten and first grade.
If you're only looking at blends, that gets all but 6 of the blends resolved.
Okay.
Now, if you want to distribute those 9 additional FTEs differently because you want to add to the 5 we're proposing for middle school electives, then you would have the option to do that as well.
Okay, okay, you lost me again. Okay, so the 9, what 9 are you talking about? Because you've got 4 allocated, where is the 9?
Okay.
Line 1, line 2, and line 4.
Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, so that's,
Yeah.
that's 13.
Yeah,
Right.
which leaves us down to 6 unless we get uncomfortable saying we're going to put all our chips there and not have any resources to correct a.
I would not be comfortable
Me.
getting rid of any flexibility to reduce class sizes at the lower grades.
Okay, but wait a minute. I mean, we are, do these 13 FTE exhaust the
It
the
leaves Dr.
reserves?
Cuellar with a small contingency of FTE after the 10-day count to resolve places that are significantly over threshold. So we would start plugging them in at that point, as we do every fall.
Small like 3 or 4, small like, and how many did we plug in last year? Or this current year?
Craig, how much contingency if we?
So as of right now, with these adjustments, I'd be going into the fall with 15 FTE for fall balance and for fall balancing.
15, 1-5.
15 FTE.
Mhm.
1-5.
1-5.
And do you know what we used this year?
I think by October, from summer when I got here to October, I believe I used about 22.
Yeah, which is almost 2 dozen.
Okay.
Or you could just keep moving the line up, correct?
Yeah.
Or you could keep moving the lineup.
Yeah.
That's kind of, I think we need to do some of that.
And keeping in mind one more thing as well, you know, before after the 10-day mark, you know, we do look to be proactive in terms of being able to assess our kindergartens. So we're not creating transition periods for our babies after school has started and we're moving teachers around and doing all that.
Right.
So we are looking at making those critical decisions way in advance of the start of school. And already kind of looking at first blush at some of our kindergarten numbers, there'll absolutely need to be some allocation there before school starts.
Right.
Uh,
So-
we-
and that would come out of the existing 15?
Correct.
Okay, so, I mean, it
And 'cause
makes me
that's the most
really.
volatile as well, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
You don't know how many are
Right.
going to show up for kindergarten.
Correct.
Given what's been going on in kindergartens, and that we should be prioritizing lower class sizes in kindergarten, I mean, probably more than anything else, I would be really nervous if we're cutting it that close.
So, but part of as been pointed out, so if we did 22 this year, likely part of next year the 4-5 blend would be part of that.
It would be.
So,
It would be.
assuming this coming year is comparable to this year, we wouldn't need 22 because a couple of those would come
Might
out
be
of the
taken care of.
4-5.
Being more proactive.
Yeah.
Right.
The other issue I got to bring up is that we had a tough time filling those. Oh, we need somebody now slots, and a number of those weren't filled till December, January. Some of them. So just a side discussion is how can we pull the. No, I'm not going to use that phrase. How can we act on that earlier so that we have a better hiring pool?
The idea is to be as proactive as possible.
Yeah.
Especially during critical hiring season, which is during the summer.
Yeah.
The idea is for us not to do critical fill or emergency fill as much after, you know, the 10-day mark, because to your point, you know, the pool's extremely shallow at that point. So.
So my preference would be to go up, move the line up, and allow for some flexibility for the start of the school year, but also to make I like the superintendent's math on the middle grades, and to address the blends, but do it in a way by going up, move the line up.
How far up do we have to go?
So if we went up 8 FTE, which is roughly 800,000, is that the right number to use as a 1 FTE equals roughly 100,000 or? Yeah.
105K.
What?
105K.
105. Okay, so 840,000.
However, these would be most likely newer teachers, so that's why we feel comfortable going down to 100,000.
Okay, so it might be a bit less than that. Where's the whiteboard?
Are you looking for where the line would go?
What?
Are you looking for how far up the line would have to go?
Well,
these guys.
Yeah, I think it's
eight.
right under maintenance carryover.
Director Bailey, when you say 8 more, since we're 6 short on unblending totally, are you saying 6 there and then 2 more to the 5 for middle school offerings, giving you 7 new full-time positions?
So then it's a discussion of, well, I think we need to say, how many do we want to put towards middle school? How many more do we want to put towards 15? Maybe not going all the way to 22, but throw 3 or 4 more FTE in there, and I'm just kind of off the top of my head freelancing right now.
Ellen, would we unblend all of the blends? Because I think in some of the DLI programs, the blends had really low numbers. I mean, we wouldn't want a class size of,
Yeah.
So we have those charts
So-
as well.
Okay.
So we've been investigating that in case we would have to prioritize.
I think also, I mean, to me, it's about going back to the point of, are we really targeting our investments at the schools that need it most? And we know that the proposed blends are, run our whole spectrum of schools. But part of the conversation about blends is that historically in this district, when blends have been done out of financial necessity, there's been no professional development and no curriculum materials provided to make it work and make it successful and help teachers differentiate for those kids in those classes. And that's why, as a community, we're so rightfully allergic to it. Now, I know that there's already been some work done and some professional development on how to make them successful, given that they were in the budget proposal and that's already underway. What I don't know is, from the educator's perspective, do we feel comfortable that if we end up with some blends, we can help our teachers be successful with them if we're going to target our resources in another way?
We would have to provide robust professional development, provide some shadow experiences. I know, like, for example, one of our model schools that do blends pretty well is Skyline. And just kind of walking through there and seeing their model and how they do have blends going from 1 through 5. And of course, they've been doing it for quite some time as well. So they are the experts around that work, but it would also mean, how are we also capitalizing off of some of the schools that are doing it and doing it well, so we can replicate some of those models. But we would have to provide critical support around that. Professional development resource, and that would have to be in conjunction with the OTL team to be able to provide that.
So agreed, and as a former 4 or 5 bilingual teacher, which I loved, where the school models already exist, they might be departmentalizing across classrooms, et cetera. There's a lot of reasons, but to the earlier testimony, when we're trying to stay focused on our standards-based core curriculum, it becomes, double for the teacher who isn't sort of prepared to do that for this coming school year. So, and we also made that as a temporary reduction strategy because we had a cuts budget. it wasn't a preferred sort of action. And so now that there's a little bit of flexibility, we'd like to minimize the disruption. And there's 19 of them. So as many of those as we can relieve would be ideal. But we also want to make sure that we leave enough contingency to keep driving class size down closer to threshold as well. And we're trying to take care of a third goal, and that's fill in some of these elective gaps as sort of an incremental improvement until we get a middle school redesign plan underway. So I think we can get there. I just think we have some competing priorities, and we may have to shave some a little bit further down the list to close this out tonight.
Okay, just to complicate things. So if we're moving the line, right? So we're already halfway through the $920,000 item on maintenance carryover building systems, right?
What do you mean where?
That's.
We've talked about a lot of different scenarios.
Right.
The most recent on the table is just adding 8.
Adding
Director
8.
Bailey said. That does not get us into the maintenance carryover. That gets us just below the RN.
Just below the RN.
CSA administrative.
We did everything up to those first, the bottom 4 lines above.
So we go to the RN, the RNs are in or not?
I thought they weren't when I just
We're 57,000 out over budget if I put it right below the RN and the ECSE administrator.
I don't think we can just move the line up. I think we have to shave some of those bigger items that are a little bit higher up.
Yeah,
I cannot imagine us, given lots of recent incidents in our schools, not having an ability to respond to the kinds of issues we've been having in our high schools, for instance, by not having partnerships in that category, or not investing in our strategic partnerships that would leverage bigger monies coming to our district. So I would ask the team here on the maintenance carryover, this is work that's happening. They would expend their work and they would go into the coming fiscal year. All it would mean is that work just keeps kind of moving down the queue, but we wouldn't stop doing the maintenance work. So is it possible to get it from there?
So what it would mean is that we would have less available in the new year if we'd still do the work because we're scheduled
Correct.
to go, but we'd be using $1920,
Right.
and it means that we would have less to utilize during the year for emergencies. But seeing how much we had left this year, it just probably wouldn't mean we'd have as many projects the following year.
Right. So,
Yes.
for example, if we took the maintenance carryover building systems at 920 and shaved 420, that's another 4 FTEs.
Right.
And we've had a challenge actually contracting all of the work that we need to get done that we even have budgeted.
So what I'm hearing is maybe a suggestion of taking 4 teachers out of that to help with this.
Yeah.
Sounds like a reasonable solution.
So are we still at 10?
$500K for maintenance carryover.
Are we still at 10 for the middle grades equity?
I have lost track, and so I think that we want to make sure that we all have
10
an
FTE.
understanding of the current proposal.
Well, we have
It
5
is
budgeted.
That would give us 10.
If we took the 4 from the maintenance we just talked about, that takes it to 9. But that leaves us 6 unresolved blends.
Okay.
I'm keeping score.
So if we're looking at that model, with the 4 coming out of the maintenance carryover, which would go to 9 to the middle school offerings, then that would still leave us with 6 in terms of we would have been able to support 13 schools with the blends, and that would have left us with 6 that are uncovered. But one thing I want to note is that even with the 13 that we're planning on addressing, 11 of those are Title, CSI, and TSI schools, which would be covered through that.
You guys have probably done the deep dive on this in terms of the elective offerings at the K-8s, but when you talk about a whole FTE for a school with just 90 kids in the middle grades, it gets difficult to imagine what that schedule looks like unless you're parsing a whole FTE between 5 schools and they're running around every day. Because you don't have the students, and the students don't have the time in their schedule to be able to take advantage of that in the K-8 schools with very small numbers of middle grade students.
Okay, but you have like Harrison Park with 231 students, Cesar Chavez with 188, Fabian 181, Lent 171, Arleta 152.
Right,
But
and those
I
have
guess it's just-
three already, so you're
So-
talking about adding a fourth.
This district stuck them in such small schools that when they arrive at high schools, most of them haven't had anything close to an experience that's going to prepare them for high school.
Okay,
And like, it
let's-
seems like,
That's forward-looking.
Okay.
Forward-looking.
Assistant Superintendent Gilson, do you have something to contribute to this discussion?
So right now, Oscar does supervise several of the K-8s, and in working through that, that's a specific question that he'd be able to answer, and we can probably use Lent as a prototype in terms of, since Lent does have the numbers that we just said, what would that look like in additional FTE and providing more opportunity for kids, so.
Yeah.
Well, we definitely welcome the opportunity to provide more electives. Looking at small middle schools at a K-8, we can always get really creative when adding, and I really appreciate the brainstorming here because, when I was the principal at Bridger, it really doesn't take too much extra FTE. What makes it difficult is the licenses that the teacher has. Right now, I wonder at this late in the game how we can make it work because it's after we have done staffing. Usually it's before because when you have when you can have a teacher that can have a language arts endorsement and maybe a social studies and then they can teach an elective period, you can make a schedule really work. One FTE this late in the game is really hard for me to know now with having the principal here and looking at their schedules they're already working on. Is it because a lot of times it's the partial FTE, and that's how I was able to create a really creative schedule at a K-8 school when I oversaw Bridger, for example. So with that, I'm not sure if it's the partial or the whole, and if it's a whole, how could that help bring more electives? Because with the hours that we can also expect our teachers to teach, they can teach less than 10 hours of an elective without having to have, or well, not an elective, but a specific subject that without having to have the endorsement. So it's all about the staffing, and also when you look at schools like Bridger, is the space issues, right? Like right now we have a lot of our specialists teaching in classrooms, like music is taking place in the classroom, so the teachers have to go find a space to work from in order to plan. So it's a lot of complexities on top of, right? Like the space issue and timing.
I mean, what we really need to fix is the schedule, especially with the PE mandate. And kids only have 2 electives, and if you're in dual language immersion, you only have 1 elective.
well, we need to fix the middle schools because it's more than,
Okay.
if there's a 7 and a.
But we have a
going to middle
decision to
school.
make right now. So
Okay.
let's see if we can do some math and arrive at where do we want to get X number. I'm trying to get us out of here by 10. So we have 5 FTE allocated towards middle schools right now, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And if we threw a couple more in and just said, get creative, do what you can.
5 actually makes a big difference when you look at the bottom of this list. I'm not saying,
Okay.
and 2 more would make a good difference too, but I'm concerned about what we're hearing about the practical application of it when the alternative is being able to reduce class sizes, especially at our lower grades.
Well, here's the
At
deal.
high
If-
SES schools.
Can I just finish here? We're trying to get to the finish line. If we threw in a couple more and you went to work with your principals and figured out what actually worked, and if it took up, say we add in 2 more, and I'm just 7. If you used up all 7, great. If you just said, we got to 6 and it just, for whatever space reasons or whatever, didn't work, we got 1 more for the pool. I think we can be flexible there.
I would rather travel down that path than to make an edict that may not be practical in terms of how it's applied.
So I know this is difficult, but because we right now don't have that map to say, well, 5 FTE would get us here. And that's, it is what it is. And so, wow, what does 7 mean? I don't know. But 7 sounds better than 5.
What would have to take place
How about 8?
immediately? What would have to take place immediately would be if the board approves this. We would have to immediately start this work tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
And start to do critical analysis, and then we could try to get something back to the board in terms of what does 7 or what does
Yeah.
5 or what does 9 FTE mean, and where is it critically impacting our schools? Because to Mr. Gilson's point, the staffing process has already taken place. Master scheduling at this point in time should already be done, if not 90% complete. So we're going to have to hit this hard immediately. Doable, absolutely doable, but we have to start the work now.
Okay.
So I would really appreciate that, because I will say, when I got on this board on July 1, 2 years ago, we had a complaint with the OCR about the inequities at the middle grades, and we haven't made a lot of progress. And so I think it would be great if tomorrow morning we could make progress so that kids in outer southeast or in the pockets where they don't have the same choices that other students do, that they feel like we took the effort to try and get them the same academic offerings that the other students have, or at least close. Or it's not even close. It's not even going to be close. Let's just be clear. Even with 7, it's not going to be close. But it would be better.
Okay.
I totally agree with you, but I actually, when you look at these numbers, we have made some progress, because with the equitable staffing formula that has gone in the just last year and proposed this year to our under-enrolled K-8 schools, some of that has gone toward those middle grades. So this gap analysis that we have here looks different than it would have looked 2 years ago and a year ago. It's not where we want it to be, for sure.
So I
Okay.
just want to get clarity. I'm hearing 2 different proposals on the middle grades, and I'm trying to track this and help so that both Jordan and I have 2 lists and comparing notes to make sure we come up with the same answer. And so on the maintenance carryover, I've heard a proposal of 2, and I've heard a proposal of 4 teachers moving. So I just want to the middle school offerings. So I just want to get clarity on what is the consensus of the board. Is it 2 or is it 4?
Are you talking about both maintenance carryovers, or what would
No,
you
no, no.
recommend?
So what I'm talking about, so when I look at this list and what we have to change, when we get down to the 6 blend, the only thing that I have to take out there is I have to move the class size. It's the 4th one down. That 4 FTE is going to get moved to blend. And then,
So I would say hold up, because we're on middle school right now, and then we'll do blend, and then we'll do where's it going to come from.
all right,
So we're at 5 middle school.
So we're at
We've
5.
agreed to take 4 FTE from maintenance carryover, so that gives you 4 more to decide, do you want to add it there, or do you want to add it in another area? And somebody said, how about we do 2?
Okay.
to
How about
Can we
3?
settle on 2?
Well, we have to talk about it in the context of these other priorities. I think probably the top 3 priorities for all of us. So it's targeted class size reductions, which to me, that means looking at our lower grades where we know it really makes a huge difference. And then the interventions for MTSS. And then the 4 or 5 blends. So those are the trade-offs that we're looking at.
Wait, we're trading those off against each other?
Well, I mean, if we're getting resources from the bottom of the list, if we're adding resources, we're talking about where are we going to add them?
Right.
And these are our top priorities. Are we going to add them to some of those other priorities, or are we going to add them to middle grades?
Well, middle grades is the second priority.
Mm-hmm.
So that's one of the top priorities too.
And I'll just say, some of the blends, just from an equity standpoint, are in schools with already very high levels of achievement and very low rates of, for, either title status or anything else. So
I agree with
So
that.
I want to agree with that, and I want to point out that if we're trying to build a system here to do a 1 year, we're going to get rid of a 5th grade or a 4th grade teacher, and then, knock on wood, have the funds to bring them back next year. That's that's a disruption in the team. That's a disruption in the PD and the PLCs and all of that. And regardless of the school, that's not a happy place to be.
I'm for doing them both.
Well, we
But I
all
d-
are, but we also
but-
have
but
only
I'm-
X amount of money.
Right, but I don't
So-
want to trade off, like, less on the middle schools so that we do all the blends. I'd rather do all the blends, make a bigger step on equity in the middle grades, and move the line up.
Okay.
8.
So right now where we are is we've got 15 class size reduction already built in. And we'd like to add a couple more to that. That's not in here. That's the base.
Contingency.
That's in the base budget already built in.
For TSI, CSI, and title schools.
That's for our fall
No, that's-
balancing, enrollment
That's the
balancing.
fall
So after we
balancing,
take
yeah.
care of the kindergartens, we would invest the rest wherever threshold is
Yeah.
highest.
And we had 22 this past year. We'd like to have a couple more.
But we also know that the money in the other line item for TSI, CSI, and title schools is going to be used in some instances for smaller class sizes. Right? Some of those special targeted resources
From which,
in the staffing formula,
Yeah, that's
in
been.
the base budget.
Correct.
Yeah.
That's been built in.
Yes.
Yes.
Kept their numbers low.
Okay, so would that theoretically reduce our need in September for balancing?
We kept them lower already.
Yeah,
When
that-
we did-
that's
when we
already
did the equitable
incorporated now.
staffing, we already kept them lower.
So that's why the 15 is
So
lower.
we're less like, that's why we feel a little
Okay.
better that the 15 might do.
Okay, so maybe we don't need to replenish the 15. Okay, so we're talking about 2 for middle school and using the 4 CSR along with the 4 already allocated to blends brings us down to 11. So is it 2 plus 11 that we're looking for?
So, but there's also the 5 from the fall staffing pool on the 4-5 blend. So, so I'm gonna say that we have a total, right now, the discussion I'm hearing is we have 5 for middle school offerings, and we're gonna add 2 more for a total of 7 for middle school offerings. And then on the blends, we were at, we had 19. So we're taking off 4 that we already allocated, that would get us to 15. Then we're gonna take 5 from the fall staffing pool, that would get us down to 10. And then we talked about class size reduction, where you have 4 teachers on this list, and I believe it's in the fourth line down for 420,000, moving that to the 4-5 blends, bringing it down to 6. So that would leave 6 4-5 blends left, and we are only taking 200,000 out of the maintenance carryover because everything else is already accounted for.
So then we're wiping out anything additional in this budget for targeted class size reductions other than the blends.
it
and
would
just
move that to
assuming
blends.
that we've dealt with it to some extent already with our staffing formula and that we will deal with, we have the capacity in the fall enrollment balancing to deal with any other needs that emerge.
And we've also allocated already 10, so we started with 30, and we've already given 10, just so people are aware of that as well. So we've already started allocating.
So that means we would need 6 for the blends and 2 for middle school, that's 8. Sorry, 2 for middle school, 6 for blends, so that's 8. We get 4 of those if we cut the maintenance carryover by 400, is roughly 4 of them. Where do we get the other 4?
We're still 2 FTEs unallocated. We're at 6 unresolved blends.
So
and
we
we're
could
at
go
7
down
middle
2
school
more,
equity.
and that would get us down to 4.
Right,
Correct.
so we use the additional 2 from the maintenance carryover, that
Right.
could take us down to 4 unfilled blends, or that could take us up to 9 for middle school offerings.
Correct.
We originally talked about 4 from maintenance carryover.
6 blends remaining. We're at 7 middle school equitable offerings. You still have 2 more FTEs to assign.
Okay, I'm confused, because I thought we were at, before we did anything with maintenance, I thought we were at 2 middle school and 6 blend.
There's
So
already 5 in
5.
the budget.
Middle school, we've moved 2 in there to get to
Mhm.
7. Now this 2 over here could go over here, right? So we, yeah. Okay,
I'm
forget
trying to
that.
figure out what the total
Okay,
need
so-
is before we
so let
dip
me-
into maintenance.
So,
Okay.
so it's 2 here and 2 here. underneath.
How did we get to 2 here, because I thought we were at 6?
Maybe you could explain it.
Okay.
Oh, you're taking the 4 out of maintenance already?
That's what I'm applying.
Yeah, so we agree, we're down to 4, 2 and 2.
Okay, so
Okay,
we're
we're
assuming.
okay.
We're assuming a couple things, right? We're assuming that 9 FTE at middle school is going to make a substantially.
So
7.
I've heard
7,
2, 7.
5 plus 2.
Okay, but
5
you're talking
plus 2.
about, you're talking about adding.
No,
No,
5
no,
plus
2.
2, 7.
I just say, we don't have any idea because the work didn't happen, so it's like 7's a
Right.
guess.
Right, yeah. We're
I mean, it's just.
we're
it
agreed
is-
on that.
That was kind of my point. Like, we're spitballing here, right? This is all ballpark. This is our best guess, well, actually, your best guess, about what level of new FTE is gonna actually make a difference. Okay, so,
And at some point, if you come back to us after going through everything and you go, well, yeah, we'll figure it out. Oh, thank God.
okay, so,
I think we're-
so can I, before we go any further, can I ask one question? So, we're juggling these numbers and we're moving FTE all over the place and we're confusing ourselves and everyone in the viewing audience.
So,
So this is my question. So if, as Director Bailey mentioned, like we're making stuff up here, right? And when reality hits, things could look very different, right? Are we gonna lock you in, whatever decisions we make tonight about who's going where and all that? Is this gonna lock you in budgetarily
So what
to a particular configuration that may or may not match the reality when it happens?
Excellent question.
So really the board's role is to appropriate at the 1,000 instruction level, and staff is to allocate staff. That's our role. And so we are in an unusual spot we want to understand the priorities of the board, and I think we're getting that from this exercise. But at the same time, Dr. Cuellar will be working with his staff and principals to respond to all the needs that come up between now and you know, the first couple of weeks of school.
Okay, so you're actually going to deal with reality with the allocations that we give you? And
I think what we're trying to avoid is a direction that is difficult or impossible to implement, and yet without flexibility based on how it's put forward.
I am extremely frugal anyway with my set asides, so I can tell you that I do feel confident, even if I am left with 15 FTE for set aside, that we will absolutely make it work. I do think by addressing some of the issues around the blends already is addressing some of those much earlier on, and so I think that takes care of half the problem.
And I think that's a good thing to.
Okay, so let me see if I can, because we're now 10 minutes to 10. We have 10 minutes to fix this. So I think what we've all heard is that there is a high value, I think there's a consensus, high value on ending the blends, high value on improving access to offerings at the middle school, at middle grades level. We haven't actually mentioned this, but I think there's a high value in the MTSS, right?
The biggest individual line item.
High value in middle school redesign, making sure that that has adequate funding, right? And leadership development. So
the only things that we'd be changing on this list by doing what you asked for here is we would, on the fourth line down, the 420,000 would be going to 4 or 5 blends. And then on down at where it's 920,000 for the maintenance carryover, we'd be taking 400,000 out of that to cover these. So that's the only 2 changes that would be on this list, even though we're talking about piecing things together from other places.
So we didn't really move the line up.
We didn't change the line, no.
Okay, but there's still 4 positions that we haven't found money for.
No, that was coming out of the maintenance carryover is what we had talked about. Instead of 920, that'll be 520.
Okay, you're showing, I believe, your last line that you showed me, okay, here we go. We're down to 4. Doesn't this mean?
Oh, so what you're trying to do is undo all the blends. We were saying at this point.
Well, that would be preferable
Okay.
from my point of
But
view.
even the 2 that already existed?
No,
I mean,
no, no.
we've always-
No, this is.
19,
they're-
not 21.
it was-
okay, are these blends? Do these blends include DLI blends?
Yes.
Or are
there's-
these just
there's-
neighborhood
There's a
schools?
couple of
So it's
DLI
blends across the board.
Right, and like I was saying, so some of the DLI to unblend may not be,
No, it's 21.
I know, you don't want 9 kids
Doesn't that
in.
include the 2 that are strategic already?
Yeah, and if you the next number is subtracting those 2, so you can't subtract it twice.
Did you get an answer to that question, Julie? Because that's a really important question.
Right, that's what I'm saying. I mean, for a DLI class, I think there were some instances where if we unblended, you might have a class of 9 in a single grade. Is that?
Well, I can speak to a couple of my dual emergent schools. I know that, for example, at Bridger, they use their equity funds to unblend.
Okay.
At Kelly, they didn't, and so they're focusing on a curriculum for 3 Russian immersion classes at 4-5 and 3 for the English strand.
But there were enough numbers, it sounds like?
To create.
To create singles?
Yes.
Well, I mean, that's
not
what I'm
singles, to create 3, 4, 5. They're all blended, all across. At Kelly, for example, all 4 5s are blended. So
But
that's
we
gonna be
could-
the tough one, because
But we could
what we can't blend on one side and not the other at that school. So every school is different.
Yeah. Well, I guess I was just saying that there might be small classes. I mean, when we unblended, it would not leave enough kids for each side. I mean,
I think that's the case.
I think in
I think
some-
you've got,
I don't think we know yet, maybe.
Well, again, I mean, looking at the priority analysis, we would have to absolutely tackle those 11 schools that are identified as Title, TSI, and CSI first. And Kelly being one of them. So they would
Okay.
absolutely be under that prioritization to make sure that we're allocating enough resource to unblend. To your point, because it's going to look different from site to site.
Okay, just to belabor this a little bit longer, so the maintenance carryover, I thought you said we were gonna transfer 400,000.
That's what we said.
Yes.
Okay, doesn't that equate to 4 positions, not 2?
Yes.
There are 2 under each category, one under the 4-5 blend, maintenance carryover is the last -2, and then you also have an addition on the maintenance carryover on the middle school offerings right there. So that makes 1, 2, 3, 4
We
maintenance.
split them. Yeah. Okay.
Okay, so our choices at this point are either to say, well, maybe there's 4 where it doesn't make, where
Yeah.
the blended. Thank you, Paul. This is why I'm gonna miss Paul, but. It'll be the only reason. No, not at all. Either we stop here and say, we're gonna have to tolerate some blends because it just, the numbers
We always have
aren't practical. Or we find 400,000 more, say, go and do good things, and you might come back and say, we tried, but, really, this is what is this really what you want? And if not, then we restore that 400 to wherever. What's your pleasure?
I'm okay with that.
I like a.
Which one?
Having 4, because I'm not sure that we actually need them all. I mean, I think that it's a good compromise at this point. Anybody want to go for all, taking care of those 4?
I just want to recognize we're adding 24 teacher FTEs back into the schools.
That's amazing.
Which is
Pretty amazing.
amazing.
Yeah.
I think that's,
So if you're, I don't want to belabor this, but if this is what you're bringing forward, that's a simple 400,000 shift between 2,000 to 1,000, and we can do that without going breaking. We can do that simple math.
okay, the only thing that would change.
Are we done with the math?
Yeah.
Yeah,
'Cause if we're-
okay,
if we're done
so,
with that,
so are we okay with leaving 4?
Yeah, are we good?
I think we always have
Um,
blends. I mean, it's,
So maybe what would be helpful is to get, as soon as you figured this out, specifically which schools, and take a look at the numbers.
The numbers change every time a child moves into the district.
Yeah,
and
and
moves
understood.
out.
All we've got is projections right now, and we know
Right.
some of these might end up being addressed anyway.
So the staff
Come-
will
come on.
certainly continue to monitor and adjust as needed in terms of all the grade levels in all the schools.
I'm sorry, say that again.
So staff will continue to monitor enrollment and will continue to adjust with the resources we have at all grade levels in all schools. So we understand your priorities for this evening, but in terms of continuing to bring this back to the board, this is really probably at this point, we've heard your priorities. We understand what the appropriation level needs to be, and we would bring that forward for you to approve the resolution tonight. And then we would continue, go back to our usual roles of staff managing this on an ongoing basis.
Thank
And-
God. Oh.
And I think, even though we're down here in the weeds on these line items, I do think we really have been talking about our values, which is what we should be talking about. And that through this use of this tool with the ranking, it became pretty clear that collectively, our values were fairly shared. I mean, we quibble over some of the finer points, but it's kind of amazing to me that we're at this point and we're talking about how we're going to be additive rather than where we have to bleed with now a $10 million cut budget. What was the $17 million cut budget? And so, there are definitely still some sacrifices here, but we are calling out that we need more equitable offerings in our middle schools, and we're investing in it. We're calling out that our community, and I think our board, does not want to see these blends, and we heard loud and clear from our educators that that's not where we should be going right now, especially with the implementation of our core curriculum. We're making a huge investment in our interventions for our multi-tiered systems of support, which is and literacy interventions in particular.
And dyslexia work.
And dyslexia. We're starting on the path to whole middle school redesign, middle grade redesign. We're investing in climate justice, leadership development. I mean, we've been quibbling over the finer points here, but we're investing in our values.
And I'm really happy that partnership will get another position because I think that will bring us, that's a moneymaker.
And I think something that you mentioned earlier, Superintendent, that that the equity work, that can't be cut. There's so much bubbling in our schools right now that's really critical work. And I'd actually like to see more investment in that if we ever found more money. But
So it's 9:59. Do we need an amendment?
No, we have a new one here for you.
Yeah.
So are we going on to other issues? Are we done with that?
We've actually already.
What other issues?
What other issues? Well, I have a couple other,
Well,
'cause
wait a
I'm-
minute, hang on. Okay,
That's what I
so
wanted to make sure that they're good.
So we have already printed here, and so if you want to go ahead and hand these out.
you have
then-
other budget questions?
I do.
Oh.
Well,
Okay,
it's
so
not going
hang
to
on.
change the line items, so
Oh,
don't,
okay.
so don't worry about that. So just to follow on the piece with the middle grades, one thing that parents and teachers and principals that I heard them say is to ask students what they're interested in, because different types of movement, like design, tech classes are things that students are really interested in, and or like sometimes redefining art in different ways. So the graphic design, but versus just like, here's what we think are the traditional ones and offer them to the kids again, because I think one thing I heard is that they don't really view them as electives, because that's not what they would elect to take, they just get them. So it'd be great if we're gonna be adding it in, to be adding things in that students actually want. So, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I think for a long time, our electives have been determined by the skill set of the adults in the building, or the adults that were available, rather than really thinking about what do our kids want and need.
So I have a question about Roosevelt. Just to want to make sure, confirm that there's the 500,000 in the 2012 bond and the four and a half in the
Yes. See, construction
CET.
excise.
Okay,
tax
so that's
funds,
in the
yes.
budget. So
Yes.
there's no dispute that that's in the.
And there's nothing that needs to be changed. It was already budgeted towards school facility acquisition.
Okay, and then the central office COLA this year is, sorry, I've just got it it's what amount?
I don't have it in my head.
Yes, we project all 3% all the way across for the whole entire district.
Okay, and then all central office employees are getting non-represented employees are getting evaluated?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. The board office budget, sorry, I just want to make sure that I know what I'm voting on. We've communicated that there's no encumbrances or innovation grants this year, included in this year's budget.
Okay, I'm not sure I understand your question.
That was a holdover from.
Okay, I just want to make sure that we don't,
Okay.
that none of this, no school is going to bill us for things, okay. That we're at the market comp range for our senior auditor,
Yes.
and that we're splitting the Council of Great City Schools fees with the superintendent's budget.
Yes.
The superintendent has confirmed that you have enough resources in the systems performance budget. That was a pending question this afternoon, but
Well,
it's been
I'm
confirmed.
hoping to announce an appointment there to a new chief, and we've had some standing vacancies, so I think we'll have enough to get started.
So sorry, if people can jump in.
So far, we're checking them all off. Keep going.
You are. That we have the resources to fully implement the audit recommendations.
Yes.
Okay. And that there's enough FTE in the budget that 9th and 11th graders can all take a full school day. The 12th graders, if they're on track to graduate, they may have less if they have a parent's.
I'm not the one that answered this question, and I think, was it you that answered this question?
It's in, yeah, the answer is yes in our
It is
budget
yes.
document.
So
Yeah.
we're not, so you don't anticipate coming back asking for a waiver? No.
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, Division 22. So just our general philosophy, so we have 4 or 5 items where we're still not in compliance, including, I mean, some are, the dollars are huge, like 22 million for, I forget which one, I think it's materials. And then
All the
and then
curriculum.
1.5 for tag. Do we have a long-term strategy that we're gonna try and get in
Dr.
compliance?
Valentino, would you join us up here, please?
It's just every year, I mean, the
It's
question
called
gets
the
asked.
Student Success Act.
Well, it could eat up all our money. I mean, it's a huge,
In increments.
Right, and so fundamental to having a comprehensive plan to address students who have been identified as gifted begins with right now making sure that we've met the compliance elements that includes the training for teachers, and that is what we have targeted first. When you talk about rate and level, making sure that the acceleration exists within the Good First Instruction program so that we ensure that full access is still made available to every student in that class regardless of whether they've been identified or not. A more comprehensive strategy moving forward will include the expansion of programs as we expand supports at middle school, as we expand supports at elementary school. By extension, the students will benefit. So if we're still looking at a universal goal for every student, then the targeted supports are the ones that we're going to adjust according to the needs of that population of students or that individual student. And so we need to make sure that our teachers are well prepared to address the diversity that exists in their classroom. Since students who are identified as gifted are reflected in the general student population, we need to make sure that teachers have the knowledge necessary and the strategies available to them to be able to address students so that in creating that high ceiling and that low floor for students, all students can see themselves gaining access to the instructional core. We are hoping then to also, just like we are looking at students with precursors to dyslexia or reading difficulties, as expanding the diversity of supports available to teachers, that we look at the range of students that a teacher will possibly have in that classroom. And so we can not only look at students who are falling behind, but also those students who are accelerating. And how are we going to ensure that within that classroom and Good First practices,
that we tier the support for them as well to make sure that they accelerate based on their rate and level. And so that's a long answer to a short question, but it really is about how do we create the right system and structure to ensure that every student has access to the instructional core given their level of performance and achievement.
Middle school redesign. So with this amount, the funding that's in here, so in addition to making progress on having more equitable offerings, the money that's in here for, I think there's an FTE and some other planning. So when does that get us a plan or a framework? Who's accountable for delivering that?
I'm the lead.
Pardon?
I am the lead.
Is that I?
I.
Okay, great. And it'll be completed by the end of this school year. I mean, I know it needs to be a multi-year plan for the bridge, but
It will, but I think what it'll allow us is to continue bringing people together and a broader cross-section of folks to go through a design thinking process around what we're actually trying to create before we start jumping to the logistics. What is the experience we're trying to create there? I think we need our educators to chime in on that. But the idea is that you would start to see a significant change in that experience over the next 2-3 years. But we want to use this coming year as a planning year so that when we do have new resources, that one of the key areas that we prioritize is our middle school experience.
great. Now, along those same lines, since this ended up on the prioritization list, there's $400,000 for increased annual equity contract partnerships investments to align services for the CSI, TSI, and title schools. So 2 questions about that is, this year we were to get an equity plan, and I understand from talking to Danny that it's in progress. When will we see that? Because I'm concerned about making additional investments outside of a framework or outside of a plan.
Sure, she can give us the 30-minute commercial, and I think there's.
I just like want my question just is like, when is it going to come to the board so
Sure.
that we can see how it fits together, because it's a significant amount of new resources.
Well, right, and given what we've started to assess and see is a need, we can sort of think a little bigger about how to be targeted about both our work, the professional learning we want to take to the next level with our educators, as well as some targeted intervention support for some of the racial issues in particular that we're noticing right now. But do you want to talk a little bit about how we're sort of culminating coming to the board with some refresh?
Yeah, I think that we're trying to do this work in coordination and in alignment with the vision as well as the strategic planning process. So a lot of the work that's happening and some of the slowdown on the plan development around racial equity has been just wanting to kind of get a little bit more detail and feedback from the different departments across the district. So I anticipate that we'll have that sort of larger plan. Again, it's a plan at the sort of big level that should happen. You should see it at the board. We had hoped for end of May, but it's the end of May now, so probably within the next couple of weeks. And then we'll also have some suggestions around ways to strengthen the equity policy so that it's aligned with the plan and ultimately in alignment with the strategic plan. And I guess I would just say that the spending in the contracts right now align pretty closely with a lot of the work that we're doing and a lot of the sort of transformation that we want to do to sort of integrate racial equity across all the departments. So the expansion of this new investment, what will it allow us to do is to continue that work in the targeted interventions around student success culturally specific family engagement and some of the climate work that happens either through mentoring or through leadership development. But that'll be aligned with trying to expand that into some of the CSI, TSI, and title schools. Right now, if you did a sort of like eyeball and looked at where that work is currently occurring, it's about a little less than half of the schools right now that are identified as CSI, TSI. So this would allow us to expand, not to, that's, not to cover the half, but to get some good headway into some targeted schools.
I guess, thank you. And the incidents we've had over the last couple months, they haven't been in TSI or CSI schools, but demonstrating a need for work in all of our schools.
Absolutely.
So, and we don't need this tonight, but I would be interested in if there's a budgetary impact on that work that we need to have done, because it seems like it's escalating, and making investments in the TSI and CSI schools are not going to address that piece.
I would just say that I think that the investments that you're supporting and your values around MTSS, the investments in the work that we want to do, some of the investments in the base budget around social emotional learning, around supports for students, that all reinforces what experts are telling us about ways to combat. One of the best ways to combat white nationalism or white supremacy in schools is to make sure that schools are a welcoming and inclusive place for as many students as possible. So I think that investment is really important, as well as the investment in leadership development and professional development for our educators and for our site leaders.
So is that the $250,000 that we've got in here? Would that cover like all schools or all leaders, or
I think that gets
what
us pretty
subset?
far, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the other places where we have identified professional learning and professional development, that there isn't an opportunity to integrate some of our learnings around racial equity and social justice into those as well. So the leadership in MTSS, the leadership in professional development around MTSS, around even some of the, I'm forgetting some of the other ones, there's also a good opportunity for alignment and crossover there as well. So when we talk about providing multi-tiered systems of support, we're talking about creating inclusive environments for every student, and so that supports that work as well. I think what's hard is that we're trying to transform into a district where racial equity and social justice is integrated throughout, and that it's not just at one place, and so it takes time to have that integration.
So the bottom line for me is that, are there going to be resources or staff skilled at every one of our schools who can lead that work? And there's schools that really need it now, where you talk to principals and they say, I'm not there even after 8 years of courageous conversations. I don't have the skills to do that.
Right. I think
so.
that's.
How do we get there? Will the PD get us there, or? But that's maybe another conversation because we're on the budget right now. So.
Thanks.
But that question is. I think that's what Director Brim Edwards, I think, is kind of talking about.
I think it would be fair to say this represents an installment towards building our capacity to address issues of racial equity. So it's not going to solve them, but it's going to go a good distance in this coming school year to invest in training our leaders and to work with culturally specific partners and think about the integration opportunities that we do have when we do have our educators in front of us during PD to integrate those ideas too. So I think it's a good step forward.
So my second question relates to an issue that came up in the audit and relating to contracts that support, that provide direct supports to students, which these would fall into. And I guess I would just want to make sure that before we sort of embark on the whole next round or expansion, that we have sort of locked down our agreements on what the new format looks like, that we're consistent.
Okay, I get your point. I think we all get the point. That's a topic for another day. Can we keep this to the budget?
Well, so I guess I just want to say is like I'm only supportive if we make the changes in the contracts so that we can demonstrate impact on students, which is what the requirement. So I'm just concerned that we're getting ready to put $400,000 into something that we know that we need to change the system of how we do it.
Anything else? Are you done?
So I had some other things, but I've already flagged them for the deputy superintendent, and I can get them before the budget adoption. We've already discussed it, so I'm done. Thank you.
I had a small proposal for kind of getting us that data to help us understand student outcomes. That should be the focus of the board. And it was a $30,000 investment for some research looking at post-high school success of our students, and not only do they enter college like we saw earlier, but their persistence. Is that something that we could find some money for in here? Because I think the timeline would be about summer, in a few months, give us some initial data to really start grappling with and understanding then how that gives us feedback for our programming. That was a number 25 on one of the questions.
Question number 84.
It was 25 on this one. We have so many papers.
It was
25
asked
in one and
twice.
84 in the latest.
Is that something that could go into the systems performance office budget?
That would make sense.
Is that something that could go into the systems performance office?
Well, I mean, I think Dr. Sparza Brown brings up a valuable point. We want to know what our post-secondary outcomes are for our students, especially in a disaggregated way. And thankfully, at the state level, they're starting to realize longitudinal data is also very important for school systems to have. And they are launching their system, and we need to learn a little bit more about it. It's a question of when is that going to be online and accessible to educators and district leaders versus a local REL that can help produce that work in a shorter time. And it definitely would be something that falls under a system performance team as well to sort of seek those opportunities when we can look to outside partners for needed research and data work as well.
So I am going to push back a little bit because we have been, as a board, as long as I've been on here 4 years, asked for outcome data, and it's been really hard to find, and we haven't been given much robust data. And we can wait, or we could make an investment that isn't a very large investment now to start pivoting, what our goals for next year are going to look like. So that was my intent of bringing this forward to kind of get us started at making that change in our focus as a board.
Yeah, that's all I was saying. It was more an issue of timing of when we would get that data.
Can I intervene here? I mean, we're talking $25,000, $30,000. I mean, I hate to say it out loud, but it's a rounding error. We've got money potentially in the school performance budget. There's potentially money out of the superintendent's budget. I mean, there are funds that will be available, but I think everybody needs to do due diligence on that project before, I don't think we should make a decision about that in a board budget meeting. So there are funds that are available if it is, after examination, it's deemed to be, a useful project. So that's all I'm saying.
So,
Okay.
I will say one thing that I'm looking forward to for next year is a clear linkage between all of the major investments we're making and enhanced student performance. And I agree with Director Sparza Brown that I think we should, start if we were going to make the big pivot 3 months ago. I don't see that there's any problem with raising it. We have between the approval and the adoption to talk about it, but to me, I feel like in some ways with this budget was a little bit of a blind exercise without a lot of data, and I don't see there's any issue with putting
Well,
this forward.
I think there's an issue because the data that would be used for this project comes out of the state, and one of my questions is, why isn't the state doing that? Why does it have to come out of our budget? And I think that's something that we ought to look at, and I'm not opposed in principle to the idea. I'm just saying we need to do due diligence, and now is not the time to make a decision about that, and there's money in the budget to do it, so I think we can move on.
So I would ask that we, before Director Sparza Brown leaves the board, that we schedule a discussion when we have over the next month, that we have a discussion about it, because we are talking about making the shift to being much more cognizant of the data, and we've seen tonight with the all hands raised the value of using data to be making decisions.
Okay, are we done?
Well,
okay, I have a question. I'm looking at the Amendment A, these two pieces of paper. I don't see any difference in these two pieces.
There are
of paper.
two, if you look on the new one that was handed out, if you look in the upper left, or upper right-hand corner, under General Fund, 1,000 instruction and 2,000 support services, we have changed the number
400.
from
Okay, got it.
371,570 to
Okay.
371, okay.
Got
Those
it.
are the two that have changed.
All right, so that's the only change that was necessary. That's a little remarkable to me, but okay.
We did that elegantly.
Not sure I'd go that far, but okay. Okay, so we have, okay, I've sort of lost track.
I think we
have a resolution on the table, correct?
But I think we have public comment.
Do we have public comment?
Yes, we do.
Have it.
We have.
Okay, you've stuck it out this long, you might as well do it. And we still have 5 minutes left, so.
First, we have Roger Kirschner and Harmony Quiros. And Judah McCauley.
Yeah, and I'll recognize Irina Phillips also stayed until she was too tired to hold out. That's okay, we can share. I will say that the context of our comments are a follow-up to our comments at last Tuesday's work session, and are really around the issues of transparency and engagement with the community. I think this discussion tonight would have certainly was informed by our comments last week, and would have been further informed by additional engagement with CBRC as a conduit to the community or the community as a whole. And I'll highlight Director Brim Edwards reaching out to the community via social media as a positive in a way to engage, but hopefully our comments will highlight the other ways that should happen in the future, and echo all of the good conversation you've had about how the budget impacts our students and teachers in schools. On Tuesday, May 21st, the Community Budget Review Committee, along with the broader community, learned of a significant revision to the 2019-2020 proposed budget via a Facebook thread asking for feedback about proposed spending. Major shifts in the superintendent's proposed budget should include intentional communication and engagement with the community, even when timelines are brief. A reduction in the budget shortfall by $7 million qualifies as a major shift. The community, with CBRC as one conduit, expects to be intentionally informed and engaged at the same time materials are made publicly available. Hearing about these changes only via social media or the press is unacceptable and does not support values of trust and transparency. When the district is trying to rebuild that trust, that trusting relationship with the community after years of communication failures, it is especially disappointing that there are still no mechanisms in place to receive input from the community about major expenditures. In our report 2 weeks ago, we praised the district for not balancing the budget on the backs of teachers and students by minimizing cuts to schools. While CBRC supports more robust wraparound services, taking action on the backlog of school maintenance, and some of the other proposed investments, we believe that the district needs to also consider restoring teachers and educational assistants as a high priority investment. Or at least demonstrate that it did consider the option and explain why other proposed uses of new resources would yield greater impact on students. The suggested list of investments presented to the board at last Tuesday's work session did not include any analysis on the costs associated with restoring overall staffing ratios, or even just more targeted investments such as unblending grades 4 and 5, restoring staffing ratios at kindergarten, restoring staffing ratios at just under-enrolled or over-enrolled schools. Obviously, the discussion tonight and more recently available materials do suggest some reversal of the proposed grade blends in addition to middle school equity. But it's also helpful to understand how the district arrives at these decisions as well as any others related to school staffing.
The described requests are reasonable and would ideally have been included in the budget if there was time. If there is time, let's see. If there was estimated, let's see. Where did we just miss that? Yeah. If there was estimated to be enough money to support them. CBRC has acknowledged a need for more central office capacity to support teachers and administrators in our school. We also acknowledge that certain supports targeted to better improve equity for certain groups over higher staffing levels and teacher count at all schools may be a more strategic investment for the district. This isn't an unreasonable approach and may be totally justified. However, without a clear and public vision and strategic plan, or clear evidence of how these investments tie to outcomes, the district is asking the community to put blind faith in executive decisions. At a minimum, this seems to be a failure of the district to adequately communicate with its stakeholders about how it connects spending to outcomes. At worst, this is a bait and switch. The district stated that we have to cut teachers to meet the budget shortfall, and I want to point that out that repeatedly tonight we have talked about new investments. These are not new investments. We cut 30 teachers and 17 staff members in the original.
And 14 FTE of classified staff.
Yes. So none of these are new, and that needs to be acknowledged. The district stated that we'd have to cut teachers to meet the budget shortfall, and yet the first opportunity to reinvest, there appears to have been zero consideration for restoring cuts. I'm glad that that has been changed now, but that should have been part of the original discussion with the community. CBRC cannot support the approval of the 2019-2020 proposed budget without clear evidence that these strategic investments are a better approach, i.e. will provide better outcomes for our students, particularly our most vulnerable and historically underserved, than restoring school-based cuts. Further, we expect the district to implement a plan to transparently and strategically inform and engage the community, with CBRC as one mechanism on major budget decisions such as this. Respectfully, members of the Community Budget Committee, Sarah Kerr, Harmony Quiros, Justin Delardo, Roger Kirshner, Thomas Lanham, Jeff Lewis, Judah McCauley, Christine McCants, Danny Oates, Irina Phillips, Betsy Salter, and Ron Fitz via Toro. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now vote.
I
Is
want
there
to thank
any
you for
other-
your ongoing input in this process, and particularly your testimony last week, and that I think that your comments, written and oral comments, were echoing in the conversation that we had here, because I think what you saw was some action on exactly the priorities that you had been bringing forward to us, so that's not a coincidence. Thank you for being relentless, persistent. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you for your service.
Is there any other public comment?
We had Roger Kirshner signed up? No? Oh, okay. You're a placeholder. Then no, we don't.
Okay. Okay. I am unsure.
We need a motion, don't we?
Oh, yeah, I don't think we did a motion, did we?
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
Yeah, that wasn't.
Oh, yes. We are now reconvening as a board. Okay.
Now the motion.
No, I already did that. No, I didn't. Okay.
No.
We are now the board. Okay. The board will now consider Resolution 5897, Budget Committee approval of the fiscal year 2019-20 budget and imposition of property taxes. We have a motion and a second. Director Brim Edwards moves and Director Bailey seconds. Director Esparza Brown seconds the motion to adopt Resolution number 5897. Okay, I'm not going to ask if there's any more board discussion.
I have one thing I want to say. Sorry.
One
but
thing.
I don't think anybody's going to disagree.
Okay.
Don't worry. And if you do, bad on you. I want to thank the budget team for the yeoman's work. Last year was a pretty difficult year. We had a lot of change in not this year, but the year before. We had a lot of change. And the budget process was not super transparent. And you all came in this year, and I think we had a very professional process, and one that meets the much higher standards that I think we all expect for the stewardship of taxpayers' dollars. And you also had new software, which meant everything was condensed into a very small time period but when it actually had to come to the board. So it meant that questions got accelerated and answers got accelerated. So I want to thank the budget team from PPS for your work. I think I got all my questions answered, and that's saying something. And also just want to close by just recognizing how generous our taxpayers are, because not only do we have our property taxes, but the local option and also the arts tax, which, but for all three of those pieces, we would not be able to make all the investments in our students that we're going to be making when we cast this vote. So thanks to the taxpayers.
Thank you all.
Okay, the board will now vote on Resolution 5897. All in favor, please indicate by saying yes.
Yes.
All opposed, say no.
No.
Any abstentions? Resolution 5897 is approved by a vote of 6-1. Okay. Thank you. The board will now consider the remainder of its business agenda, having already voted on Resolutions 5896 and 5897. Board members, are there any items you'd like to pull for a separate discussion and vote?
You already asked.
I asked at the beginning. Yeah, okay. Any changes to the business agenda?
No.
Okay, do I have a motion and a second to adopt?
So moved.
Second.
Director Bailey moves, Director Constam seconds the adoption of the business agenda. Is there any public comment?
No.
Any board discussion? Okay. We're now going to vote on the business agenda. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no. Any abstentions? Okay, the business agenda is passed by a vote of 7-0. Do we have any other business, other board, committee, or conference reports?
No.
Okay. Okay, we didn't quite make it at 10:30, but it's not bad, 10:35. Okay, so the next regular meeting of the board will be held on June 11th. The June 4th meeting has been canceled. Okay.
Due to next graduation.
Due to multiple high school graduations happening that night. Okay. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.